Chapter 2144. The girl seemed to have a special magical power. After she entered, the depressing atmosphere in the dressing room seemed to lighten up. Perhaps it was because the way she appeared was special. She was still holding a piece of bread in her mouth. Since you're here, come over here." The staff member adjusted his glasses and said quickly, "Senior Yulia, come over here." A girl in the team waved her hand enthusiastically. "Oh, okay, I'm coming over." As expected of this year's #1 Holy Maiden candidate, the moment she appeared, the girls in the backstage all started to greet her. After a while, everyone's eyes fell on her. A few girls who were close to Yulia asked in a low voice, "Senior, are you okay? Such a terrible thing happened. When you came in, those guards didn't make things difficult for you, right?" "I don't think so," Yulia said casually. "You don't think so?" I mean, they didn't." Oh, the girls didn't doubt her, but they looked worried. "I heard that the murderer hasn't been caught yet. If the murderer is still hiding in the venue, I don't know if we'll be the next target. Senior Hua Ying's body is still here. I feel so scared. I don't know what those big shots are thinking." Amidst the commotion, the staff member's roll call was almost over. Is Celine here?" "Celine." Celine went to the dressing room and didn't come back. A girl suddenly said, "She's been hiding in there. I don't know what secret she has." "There's no one in the dressing room," another girl said, "because I just came out. I'm the last one." "Whatever, if she comes back, she'll be the last one to go on stage." The staff member shook his head and clapped his hands. "Now, follow me to the two sides of the stage and get ready." The girls had to calm down and line up to enter the stage. They soon came to the side of the stage and waited silently. Time always passed slowly while waiting, and it was easy for people to look around randomly. Glass shoes? Yulia, the most popular girl, suddenly noticed that there was a girl wearing glass shoes on the same side as her, and she seemed a little absent-minded. "Won't these shoes hurt your feet?" Miss Yulia muttered softly. In the corridor, Mr. Asakes quickly took off the investigator's coat that he picked up and threw it into the trash can. He suddenly felt that this method of entering the backstage of the venue was a little too smooth. However, it was no longer the time to be overly cautious. He needed to bring Selin and Kay Lily away before President Balam's scheme succeeded, or even before it was launched. As for stopping them, Mr. Asakes didn't really think of himself as a savior. He didn't have the ability to go against the president of the City of Dawn, especially when Balam might have fed the managers of the 7 capitals the holy water. President Balam was clearly not fighting alone, but Mr. Arthasheth was alone in Jandwa. By the way, why is this place so big? Mr. Asakes walked in one of the corridors in the backstage in a daze. He didn't have a clear idea of where Sister Selin and Kay Lily were. Unfortunately, he couldn't get through to them on the phone. It was as if something had suddenly flashed past. When Mr. Asakes turned around, he only saw a black shadow flash by and disappear. This caused him to be on guard at once. "Who's there?" Mr. Asakes slowly walked towards the spot where the black figure had disappeared. He even picked up a fire extinguisher placed in the corridor. Suddenly, Mr. Asakes picked up the fire extinguisher, turned around, and viciously threw the fire extinguisher out. He smashed something. A guy who seemed to have his brain draped over his skull. Mr. Asakes gasped. Before he could think, his body instinctively took a few steps back. He seemed to have stepped on something. When Mr. Asakes lowered his head, he saw that the area below his calf had sunk into something that looked like mud. Black mud. What a shock! Mr. Asakes quickly reached out to pull his leg out, but to his surprise, the speed of the mud sinking increased by a lot. In the end, Mr. Asakes was submerged in this black, mud-like substance. At this moment, the end of the corridor was flowing like water, and the black mud was spreading rapidly. This seemed to be a room where all kinds of items were placed. At this moment, Sister Selin was being strangled from behind, and her mouth was covered tightly. She couldn't break free, so she could only try her best to remain calm. She felt that the guy who sneak attacked her and dragged her into the room didn't mean any harm. This unusual feeling was innate. Since she was very young, Sister Selin discovered that she could easily sense other people's emotional state. No matter how well she concealed it, the moment she came into contact with someone, she could reach a slight degree of empathy. This keen sense of touch had helped her avoid a lot of trouble when she was working at the orphanage. "I won't scream. Can you let go of me a little?" "I can't breathe," Sister Selin said while crying bitterly. The guy who covered her mouth hesitated for a moment, but he eventually loosened his grip a little. "Thank you," Sister Selin said gratefully. "If I hurt you again, are you still going to thank me?" The guy suddenly said. Sister Selin was startled, not because of the guy's words, but because of his voice. She had heard this voice before not long ago. "Mr. Robert?" Sister Selin instantly quivered. "Is that you?" "Mr. Robert." She loosened her grip a little, but now she loosened it all at once. Sister Selin turned around and saw a hooded man standing behind her. Wasn't that the seriously injured guy who was sent to Scholar Calvin's house, Robert? "It's really you, Mr. Robert." Sister Selin was surprised. "But you? But why are you here?" Robert suddenly made a shushing gesture, then lowered his voice and said, "Listen, there seems to be a strange sound outside." "What's that?" At this moment, Sister Selin pointed at the floor in fear. On the floor, there was something that came from the corridor outside. It looked like black sludge. Not good. This is the special ability of Brain Man. Robert's expression changed drastically. He already made his move. "Oh no, it's too late." "What the hell is this?" Sister Selin exclaimed in shock as she kept dodging the spreading black sludge. They soon retreated to the end of the room and had nowhere to go. Seeing that the black sludge was about to spread to her feet, Sister Selin even began to tiptoe. "Sister Selin, you're a good person. You shouldn't be involved in this," Robert quickly said. "But now that things have come to this, it's not something we can control. Please remember what I'm about to say. If we wrap our feet with something and try not to touch the black sludge, we should be able to get out, right? It's useless. This is not real sludge, but a special power. Once you touch it, you'll be dragged in with no possibility of breaking free," Robert said. "We'll go to another place." Another place? Sister Selin was stunned. She subconsciously thought of the church with the 36-winged angel statue that her consciousness went to when she fainted not long ago. "Yes, another place. I can't even name it. We might even get separated," Robert said quickly. Robert quickly said, "But no matter what, you must remember not to forget your faith. Also, remember to follow the spirits." "You. Spirits? It's too late." Robert took a deep breath. "Remember my words. If possible, I'll try my best to find you first." With that, Robert gritted his teeth and walked into the black sludge. In front of Sister Selin's eyes, Robert's body quickly sank into the black sludge. In just a few breaths, Robert had disappeared. He was still completely submerged in the black sludge, but the black sludge didn't stop spreading. Sister Selin stuck close to the wall and stood at the last position, and at this moment there was only one position left in the room. "Dear Sage, please tell me what should I do?" Like a drowning person, Sister Selin was finally submerged in the black sludge, and the black sludge was still spreading. "Ladies and gentlemen, the audience in front of the TV." Finally, the host recited his lines excitedly on the stage. But the recording hall that could accommodate more than 1,000 audience members was strangely quiet at this moment. Because, excluding the Holy Maiden substitutes who were about to go on stage, there were only 30 to 40 people here, including the director and cameraman. That's right, this place was almost empty, but the Holy Maiden ceremony was broadcasted live. "Okay, let's welcome our Holy Maiden substitutes to come on stage." The first one to come on stage is... The host waved his hand, and the lights on the stage lit up. The first one to come on stage is... You. The host, who was speaking, suddenly stopped talking. At the center of the stage, there was a figure slowly floating up from the bottom. It was a girl with a pale face. In an instant, the Duran City Lord stood up with a look of disbelief on his face. Hua. The host was standing next to the girl who appeared from the ground. After calling out the name of the pale-faced girl, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Didn't you? The host immediately threw away the microphone in his hand and scrambled off the stage. The sound of gulping was heard. The cameramen at the front of the stage were stunned, but their instincts drove them to focus on the pale-faced girl. Huang. This girl, who had clearly died on the stage, had once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Just like how she had died, she had reappeared in an extremely strange manner. Who is this? The city lord of Duran City hesitated as he carefully walked down the stairs. But after a few steps, a stream of light shot into the stage, followed by another stream of light. It was Angel Jarabe and Angel Londo. The two high angels sandwiched the resurrected Hua Ying in the middle of the stage. It seems that we don't need to investigate. The truth will be revealed soon. Angel Londo smiled. Finally, the main character has appeared. Hua Ying looked around the recording hall and finally fixed her eyes on Angel Londo. She chuckled. Hi, Angel? You're just a high-level puppet. You probably don't even know what you are. That's not important. Angel Londo said indifferently, I only need to know that you can't escape today. Escape? Why should I escape? A strange smile appeared on Hua Ying's face. I was hoping that you could run away. As she spoke, Hua Ying suddenly raised her hand. In her palm, there was a book with a strange cover, slowly turning. Suddenly, the rotating book stopped and flipped open. The pages rustled. Londo, there's danger. Suddenly, a shout came from the edge of the recording hall. Angel Londo subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. Didn't that guy come in with Jarabe? But Angel Londo's doubts stopped there. In an instant, a circle of black sludge appeared under Angel Londo's feet. Under the effect of the sludge, Angel Londo's body sank more than half. Angel Londo was shocked and angry. At this time, he didn't care about the rule of not easily revealing his identity as an angel in the Holy Light Kingdom. In an instant, two pairs of white wings spread out and pulled out half of his body that had sunk into the sludge. However, at this time, two shadow arms emerged from the sludge and wrapped around Angel Londo's body. Without saying anything, they dragged Angel Londo into the black sludge. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Their minds were blank, as if they couldn't think. This book is... Only Boss Luo looked at the book in Hua Ying's hand at this time. He seemed to have a strange feeling. What's this? Is it a special effect? The special effects are pretty good. This year's Holy Maiden ceremony finally has something new. They even made an angel. This ceremony, I'm going to blow up. Everyone watched everything that happened on the stage of the Holy Maiden ceremony through the screen in amazement. They only felt that it was very fresh and they couldn't wait to be there. However, the audience who could have been present were still blocking the entrance of the venue. They were fiercely protesting against the officials' unreasonable disqualification of entering the venue. Among the protesting crowd, a girl looked up thoughtfully at the huge venue building. The girl seemed to see that the entire venue was shrouded in a huge shadow at this time. The girl didn't speak. She silently moved forward through the crowd and soon came to the entrance. She jumped over the guardrail and continued to walk past the venue guards who blocked her way, until she walked into the entrance passage. No one came up to stop her. It was as if no one saw her. This young girl from Donremy Village, Jean d'Arc. Chapter 2145. Even if it was an adult, the collapse often happened in a flash. Under the stage, many people were scared by the scene of Angel Londo being dragged into the black swamp. A cameraman stepped back, subconsciously at this time. His actions were especially obvious among the petrified and motionless crowd. Hua Ying's eyes suddenly fell on the cameraman. No, no, don't. The cameraman's lips trembled as he turned around and screamed toward the door. A scary smile appeared on Hua Ying's face again. Under the cameraman's feet, a small black swamp appeared in an instant. Save me. He fell into the black sludge and struggled with all his might. Hold on tight. A golden light flashed, and a golden rope flew out. The other end of the golden rope was caught in the hand of Angel Grebe. Like grabbing a life-saving swimming pool, the cameraman held the rope in his hand and quickly circled it twice. There was even a touch of joy on his face. I'm saved. But soon, he knew that he was happy too early. It was because when he pulled the rope tightly, the rope suddenly loosened. On the stage, the angel Jarabi had sunk deep into the black sludge. The cameraman's brain went blank for an instant. A shadow arm emerged from the black sludge at this time, and the shadow even pressed his head directly into it. On the stage, Angel Grebe was in a state of struggle at this time, just like Angel Londo before. Seeing such a scene, the people in the recording hall, as if waking up from a dream, began to scream and run toward the nearest exit. However, the faster they ran, the faster the black sludge appeared. At this moment, the ordinary-looking man who followed Angel Jarabe had appeared on the stage. The ordinary-looking man looked at Hua Ying, and at the same time he extended his hand to Angel Jarabe, who was about to be dragged into the swamp. Angel Grebe, who was being dragged in, floated up little by little. But at this moment, dozens of arms emerged from the black sludge in an instant and directly dragged Angel Grebe into it. The ordinary man frowned, as if thinking about something. How does it feel to see your subordinates in danger with your own eyes? But there's nothing you can do, Lord Archangel. Hua Ying's voice slowly rang out. Her voice seemed to echo through a small and empty room. It was especially clear and bright. This is not Hua Ying's voice. You are not Hua Ying. Who are you? The Duran City Lord's voice suddenly rang out at this moment. His face was filled with fear, but he was one of the few people who could still stand. He even wanted to walk towards the stage, but his feet seemed to be filled with cement and he couldn't move. Hua Ying ignored him and didn't even look at him. However, a black swamp had already appeared beneath the feet of the Duran City Lord. In a flash, more than half of his body had already fallen. What is your purpose? The ordinary-looking man finally opened his mouth and asked. Hua Ying chuckled. Oh, so you're not going to save him? The man said calmly they didn't die. They were just dragged somewhere. If I stop you, I can naturally bring them back. It's because of the book in your hand, right? I can feel its extraordinariness and strangeness. This is a rare treasure, Yuzichin said. Hua Ying slowly raised the book floating in her hand. I call it Book of Gaia. Gaia? The ordinary-looking man frowned slightly. Gaia, this was a taboo with many meanings. It meant many things, but it couldn't be clearly distinguished at once. That's right, Book of Gaia. Hua Ying's eyes narrowed, and it's something specially prepared for the Supreme of the Holy Light Kingdom. With that, Hua Ying had already spread out her hands, and Book of Gaia flew between her hands at this time and spread out 180 degrees. Hua Ying's strange voice sounded at the same time. I have prepared the best stage for you. At this moment, the ordinary-looking man made his move. He just took one step and appeared in front of Hua Ying. After one step, he reached out and covered Book of Gaia. Holy light, boundless holy light, the kind of extreme light that seemed to want to absorb the world, instantly lit up. A huge beam of light rushed from the venue of the Holy Maiden ceremony directly into the sky. But when the light disappeared, the ordinary-looking man on the stage had already disappeared. Only Hua Ying, who was holding Book of Gaia, was still standing in the same place. At this time, she glanced at the audience in a daze and said calmly, You should also enter this stage. Everyone, this is... No, don't come over. At the several entrances and exits of the recording hall, the black sludge had already entered. On the stairs, The sludge flowed down crazily. Many people couldn't avoid it and disappeared one after another like people swallowed by a flood. The girl on the stage watched all this with a blank expression. At this time, what the people in the recording hall didn't know was that the entire venue was now covered with this black sludge. Behind the stage, the managers of the 7 capitals, the judges of the ceremony, the staff, the Holy Maiden candidates were swallowed one by one. The survivors curled up in the places where the black sludge didn't spread, but looking at the situation, they probably couldn't hold on for long. This kind of horror, this kind of strangeness, could easily make people collapse, especially the young girls. Several scared girls were hiding behind the most popular senior sister Yulia, as if only behind her was a safe haven. These girls even grabbed Yulia's arm tightly. "Didn't you guys just say that you're best friends?" Yulia rolled her eyes as she wrote. These girls, to put it nicely, were hiding in her safe haven, but to put it bluntly, they were using her as a shield. "Senior Yulia, what should we do?" "I don't want to die. Let's pray." Senior sister Yulia took a deep breath. The girls froze and said subconsciously, pray." Yulia nodded with a pious expression. "That's right. Pray. As long as our prayers reach the end of the faith, we will be able to let the saint hear us. The saint will save us. So pray." "Right. Pray. The girls instantly let go of Yulia and put their palms together. It had to be said that praying was something that everyone in the Holy Light Nation had learned since they were young, and it had become an instinct for them. The girls recited the prayers with familiarity, and pious expressions appeared on their faces. "Please save us, Saint." Seeing this, senior sister Yulia suddenly shrugged and slowly took a few steps back. She thought to herself, "Just pray. Let's hope it works. I won't play with you guys anymore." The black mud had already spread to the feet of the girls, and they opened their eyes in shock. "Senior Yulia." They saw that Senior Yulia wasn't standing on the ground. Instead, she was floating tens of centimeters above the ground. It was like a safe distance. The black mud spread over, but it didn't drag Yulia into it. However, the young girls sank into the mud and disappeared. Yulia, who was floating in the air, frowned. Then she casually threw something into the black mud below, a piece of bread. However, the bread just floated above the mud and didn't disappear. "Only people can do this." Yulia murmured thoughtfully, "By the way, I saw the shop owner at the front desk. What should I do now?" At this moment, dozens of black shadows emerged from the black mud and tried to grab Yulia. She blinked, and her body strangely faded away as if she had turned into smoke. Unexpectedly, the black shadow of a hand grabbed her feet and pulled her down abruptly. Senior sister Yulia blinked again with a dumbfounded look on her face. F***CK? What's going on? Save me, Remia. Hold on to me tightly. Don't let go." Remia was lying on the table, trying her best to grab a girl who was stuck in the black mud. She was on the ground, but she felt as if she was in an ocean of black mud. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could only watch as her friend was slowly swallowed into the black mud. Her friend was crying in fear. However, even angels couldn't escape the suction force of the mud, let alone a girl. The girl was eventually dragged into the mud, but Remia still held on to her hand tightly. You can't give up on your friend. This was one of the rules written by the saint of the City of Freedom. As a candidate for the position of Holy Maiden, she had been determined to become a Holy Maiden since she was young, so she could memorize the rules of the Holy Maiden. Therefore, she couldn't give up on her friend. Even at the last moment, Remia didn't let go of her hand. This meant that she was also dragged into the black mud. "I wonder if Tahir is all right." Her entire body sank into the black sludge, almost beyond her eyes. Remia only felt that her consciousness had become very hazy in this environment, and it was difficult for her to think. "Remia, hold on to me. Who is calling me? Dahir, it seems to be Dahir's voice. Remia forced herself to open her eyes, but she only saw a blurry shadow appear in front of her. She only felt that her palm was being held tightly. At this moment, she only had one palm left, and it was still outside the black sludge. Damn it, even I, a helpless and desperate voice sounded. Since they couldn't catch Remia, then, at this moment, a figure jumped from the table into the black swamp without hesitation. We can't escape. But it seems like you don't plan to escape. At this moment, Miss Elizabeth was standing on the judge's platform, looking at the black mud flowing down below. Boss Luo was also standing on the platform at this moment. In this situation, it was impossible to escape. Not only them, but several judges, 2 or 3 managers, and several directors and staff members of the recording hall also chose to stand on something. However, they didn't know how long they could stay on the ground. "Hey, say something," Ms. Elizabeth said again. At the same time, she looked in the direction of Ludic and Scholar Calvin. A strange scene happened. Scholar Calvin suddenly jumped into the black mud. He didn't even struggle. Ludic couldn't even catch Scholar Calvin. He could only watch as Scholar Calvin disappeared. Does this old guy know something? Miss Isabel frowned. She glanced at the black sludge under her feet. Suddenly she turned around. "What are you going to do?" Boss Luo seemed to be planning to jump into the mud, like Scholar Calvin. Boss Luo smiled and said, "Ms. Isabel, I'll see you later." "What?" Boss Luo nodded and took a step forward. Instead of jumping in, it was better to say he stepped into it calmly. Miss Isabel couldn't help but frown when she saw the adult she had finally taken an interest in disappear, just like that. She, who always had a smile on her face, flew into a rage. "Why are you so sure that I'll still follow you?" However, at this moment, a figure chose to jump into the black sludge. It was her cousin, the principal of the City of Freedom Academy, Ludic. One by one, Ms. Isabel gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. She looked at the mud below and said, "I hate things that have been decided early, but have no choice." She still jumped into the mud, not because she believed in Scholar Calvin or Ludic, not because of Boss Luo's words of wait for her. She just believed in herself, because Hua Ying had said that she had prepared a special stage. Since it was a stage, it meant that even if one was dragged into the black mud, one would not necessarily die. Yes, she just believed in her own judgment. That was all. The girl walked in the corridor filled with black mud. The black mud slowly moved toward her, but there was no fear on the girl's face. "Oh, interesting." The girl looked indifferent and walked straight into the black mud. "Don't touch me. I'll go in by myself." The black sludge surged a few times, as if it had suddenly retreated a little. However, it was quickly pushed forward by the sludge that came from behind. In the end, a door actually began to emerge from the black sludge in front of them. The girl walked in. Chapter 2146. High in the sky, in the palace in the clouds. Other than Maria, who couldn't leave the monastery, and Archangel St. John, who had left not long ago, the others were all here. John has been down for some time. Did something happen? A voice suddenly asked. "Let's take a look," another voice said. A rainbow suddenly appeared in the palace. It was a completely round rainbow, and it looked like a mirror. What appeared on the mirror was the scene of the Freedom City. In the mirror, the people of Freedom City were very lively. Under the double blessing of the Holy Maiden Ritual and the Saints' Resurrection Day, the negative effects of Holy Fall had been reduced to the lowest point. It doesn't seem like there's any problem. Everything is normal. The Supreme who had created the rainbow muttered, "Perhaps John has his own considerations. We don't have to worry." "I hope so. What are you worried about?" "Don't you think that everything is going too smoothly?" "Indeed. Don't forget that the guy who killed the saint of Freedom City hasn't appeared yet. It might be waiting for something. But we are all here. Even if indescribable existence descends we can resist it. Besides, this is the Holy Light Kingdom. We have nothing to fear. Quiet. The new consciousness is about to hatch. Everyone, please bless this new consciousness. This is the only way to create a saint that completely belongs to the kingdom of heaven. Then let's begin. The palace in the clouds burst forth with extreme, holy light in an instant. The holy light covered the entire palace in the clouds, turning it into a huge light cocoon. In the end, the black sludge didn't spread out of the Holy Maiden ritual. However, at this moment, other than the guards guarding the entrances, there was no one in the huge hall. At least, there were no normal guys. In this place, only that peculiar fellow known as the Brain Man was wandering around like a ghost. Hua Ying stood alone in the recording hall covered by black sludge and slowly opened her eyes. This is all I can do. I still can't completely. She looked down at the Book of Gaia in her hands. Until now, she still couldn't completely control it. She could only use some limited functions, but that was enough. She could only use this part of the function. But it was enough for her to trap the archangel of the heavenly kingdom. It was enough for her to hide from the 7 capitals in the palace in the clouds. It was enough to buy her enough time. At this time, Hua Ying walked directly to a camera under the stage in the recording hall. She directly integrated the Book of Gaia into the camera. Then, it's time for me to step onto this stage. She chuckled, then opened her arms, leaned back, and sank into the mud. Why did the screen suddenly turn black? Is there no signal? I just paid for the service. Trash holy letter. Not only is it expensive, it's also very expensive. Wait a minute, there seems to be an image. Indeed, the 45-degree Shirkill hand chop is the truth. What is this? Why does it look so? The sky was dark as a crayon. A few crows were chirping as they flew past. What is this? Crow, isn't it obvious? I know it's a crow, but why would it be a crow like this? And what we look like now? Don't ask me, haha. I guess this is probably a dream. Otherwise, why would we become characters in a crayon painting? Ha 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 ha. The crayon gray sky was really like the sky painted with crayons. It was just that it was not a piece of paper that could be seen everywhere, but the entire sky. Crows, wind, trees, grass, flowers, mountains, even people. Everything existed in the form of a crayon painting at this time. This was the world they saw when they woke up after falling into the black mud. The candidates for the Holy Maiden, but they were not in the same place. For example, one of them was almost crazy, and the other was barely normal but was on the verge of collapse. At this time, they seemed to be in a valley. How could this be? Holy Maiden, save us. The girl, who was still sober, knelt on the ground at this time, put her hands together with the greatest piety and prayed. However, her only companion had already opened her hands in a small garden at this time, spinning and laughing happily. It was like she was drunk, like she was using some addictive drugs. Flower, 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 what a beautiful flower. The girl who was spinning in the flower bed suddenly stopped. She plucked a flower with only 4 petals from the ground and put it on her head. The flower was completely in the style of a kindergarten child. The petals weren't even fully painted with colors. However, at this time, the flower on the girl's head suddenly opened its mouth. It became big as a wash basin, and its jagged but very sharp teeth bit the girl's neck in an instant. Pah! Blood splashed out. The other girl, who was praying, felt something hit her face. She slowly opened her eyes, only to see that her companion was only left with half of her body at this time. Flower. The crayon flower with its big mouth was slowly turning towards her at this time. At the same time, the flowers in the garden stood up one by one. Their movements were uniform like marching ants, and soon surrounded the praying girl in the middle, and then opened their mouths. No, 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 no. Don't come over. Ah, Senior Yulia, wake up, wake up. Don't disturb me, I'm about to crack this demonic god's treasure house. Senior Yulia, wake up. Stop dreaming. It shook violently. She suddenly fell out of the demonic god's treasure house, watching the endless source of the world fly away in front of her eyes, and her heart was filled with hatred and resentment. From now on, you're the one I'll hunt down for the rest of my life. Huh, what are you? Senior Yulia blinked her eyes at this time, because she saw something, strictly speaking, that could not be called a person. She saw a stick man. Yes, she was not mistaken. It was really a stick man made up of only a few black lines. At most, it was drawn with a few strokes, and it barely looked like long hair. It's me, Shaman. Senior, have you forgotten me? At this time, the stick man showed a crying expression, and the two sizes on its face were about to squeeze together. Senior Yulia rubbed her head at this time. She had some impression of this voice. It seemed to be the voice of one of the girls who kept chattering around her in the backstage of the Holy Maiden's ceremony. Huh, why are my hands? Senior Yulia looked at her hands in disbelief. Unlike the stick man who called itself Shaman in front of her, she was actually, no, not only her hands, but also her body and everything around her, everything. She could even smell the smell of crayons in the air. You were the one who woke me up. Can you tell me what happened? Senior sister, Yulia, looked at the matchstick man and asked tentatively. I don't know. Although the stick man's eyes were only two sizes, its expression was very rich. Shaman's voice was rich. It was a voice mixed with panic and bewilderment. I only know that after I woke up, I became like this. Since the others are not here, I don't dare to go outside. This was an extremely simple house. It could even be described as having 4 bare walls. Senior Yulia frowned. She slowly got up and then symbolically stepped on the floor a few times. This feeling is no different from stepping on a real floor. In other words, we have become a part of this crayon drawing world. You really didn't go out of this house? Senior Yulia asked calmly. The stick man nodded quickly and then said nervously, although I didn't dare to go out, but there seemed to be a lot of people outside. I also heard some voices. Let's see. Senior Yulia nodded, then quickly walked to the edge of the window and pushed open the silver-painted glass. Their line of sight immediately became much wider. There was a street outside. The style of the house extended all the way outside. At this moment, on the street ahead, there were people who looked like villagers gathered. Senior sister, what are you going to do? Let's go outside and take a look. Senior Yulia didn't even turn her head and directly jumped out of the window. In any case, there's nothing we can do if we stay here and be afraid. It's better to find out the reason why we became like this. Seeing her senior sister jump out of the window, the stickman girl hurriedly chased after her and said in a panic, Wait for me, Senior Yulia. In the midst of the colorful crowd, there was actually a rather large open space. In the open space, there was a stickman who looked similar to Shaman. They were really similar, apart from the fact that the lines on her face were slightly thicker. Apart from this, there was also a village chief. That's right, it was a village chief with the word village chief written on his chest. In fact, all the pedestrians they saw along the way had similar words written on their chests. Villager, villager, villager. What are they doing? Shaman nervously grabbed Yulia's arm at this moment. There was one thing she didn't understand, and that was why Senior Yulia looked similar to villager, or at least had a richer appearance, while she was just a stickman. That guy probably wants to pull out the sword on the ground. The sword with the word divine sword written on it. Senior Yulia rolled her eyes, looking as if she didn't want to complain anymore. At this moment, Shaman suddenly said, She's Duo Air. This is Duo Air's voice. This stickman is Duo Air. With that said, Shaman wanted to rush toward her companion in the open space, but in the next instant, Senior Yulia grabbed her arm. Senior Yulia said, Let's observe the situation first. Shaman nodded. Have you really decided to pull out the divine sword? At this time, the village chief on the empty ground said loudly, Only the truly brave can pull out this godly sword that has been passed down for generations. Have you really made up your mind? Okay, stop wasting time. The stickman duo heir standing next to the divine sword said impatiently, I can roughly guess what's going on here. Although I don't know how to leave here. I just have to pull out the divine sword, right? Completing a mission or something like that. Have you really decided to pull out the divine sword? The village chief said again, only a true hero can pull out the divine sword. The matchstick figure duo heir muttered, maybe we've been knocked unconscious and moved to this virtual game-like world? This is the technology of the 7 capitals. The Freedom City shouldn't have this kind of technology. Could it be the Dawn City? They like to do these weird things. Forget it, I don't care. Have you really decided to pull out this divine sword? Hero. She was too lazy to pay attention to the village chief, who only knew how to repeat a few words. She reached out and grabbed the hilt of the divine sword and exerted force. The divine sword loosened up instantly. The crowd immediately let out a burst of surprised gasps. It works. Duo heir thought quickly and exerted more force. With a loud shout, Duo heir felt that she had pulled out the divine sword completely. She did it. There was a trace of joy in her heart. Ever since she came to this strange world, she had almost gone crazy. However, when she raised her head and looked at the divine sword that she had pulled out, she was completely stunned. The divine sword that she pulled out was a carrot with rabbit ears. The hilt of the sword turned into a rabbit's ears. This is the divine sword. Duo heir froze on the spot. At the same time, bursts of laughter sounded in the surroundings. It was the villagers and even the village chief who were watching from the side. She pulled it out. She really pulled it out. The lady's favorite carrot hero has appeared. Our village doesn't have to be afraid of the Rabbit Demon King anymore. Rabbit, what rabbit? Duo heir asked subconsciously. At this moment, the surrounding villagers rushed to her side and tied her up together with a carrot with rabbit ears. Then they lifted her up. The sky turned from day to night. In the sky, there was a snoring crescent moon wearing a nightcap. On the ground, a group of villagers held Duo heir up as wind blew under their feet. Soon, the villagers came to a big mountain and saw a huge pink rabbit walk out. Without saying anything, the villagers threw Duo heir and the carrot with rabbit ears into the huge pink rabbit's mouth. Then the villagers danced and left. In front of the huge cave, only Charmin, the matchstick figure, and the kindergartner, Yulia, stood there in a daze. Senior. Yulia, Duo heir. Duo heir is she? She was eaten. Yulia shuddered. F***CK. There's poison in this place. At this moment, the sky was raining glass beads. No, they were gems that looked like glass beads. Gems after gems. It was a shower of gems. Chapter 2147. There were screams of surprise, anger, and even despair. Duo heir. My Duo heir. No way, no way. However, the avatar of a beautiful girl on the screen had completely dimmed down. No matter how hard the people standing or sitting in front of the screen poked at the avatar of the girl on the screen, there was no reaction. But before that, people discovered one thing. The stage of the Holy Maiden ceremony was unfolding in a way that had never been seen before. Since the appearance of the cool special effects on the stage that could be seen through the screen had rapidly developed in an unusual direction. When the screen brightened up, many avatars with grids appeared on the screen. When these avatars combined into a huge picture, there would always be one or two curious people who would touch the grids on the screen. When they clicked on one of the avatars, the scene would change. Just like choosing a TV channel, some of the avatars were in the same style or environment, while some were in different environments. Other than the Holy Maiden candidates, there were many other avatars on the grids. For example, the managers of the 7 capitals, the workers at the venue, and the judges of this ceremony. At first, the audience thought it was interesting because they could choose the girl they liked and supported. They could only look at the girl they liked and didn't have to wait for the other Holy Maiden candidates. Too bad we can't fast forward to the award ceremony. But my Yulia is the best in the world. Bulsh *T. Selin. Selin is the best. Last year's Europa volleyball tournament. Have you forgotten Selin's heroism? Duo air. My duo air. No. It's not real. Then one of the girls died. She was thrown into the mouth of a rabbit and was chewed. The audience with headphones could even hear the sound of bones breaking and screams. Duo air's screams. But it was far from over. After Duo air died in the rabbit's mouth, a huge black cross appeared in the sky above the Holy Maiden's ceremony. There was obviously something nailed to the cross. It's Duo air. That was the Holy Maiden candidate whose body was broken into pieces. She was nailed to the black cross in the sky with her appearance before she died. This was probably not the so-called cool special effect. Freedom City instantly fell into a strange silence until someone dropped the Coke on the ground. Fear surged like a tidal wave. In the sky above the Holy Maiden ceremony, a second black cross appeared. On the cross was a young girl who had been pierced by dozens of swords. Then the third cross appeared, the fourth cross appeared, the fifth cross appeared. In the hospital, in the independent observation ward. How could that be? LeVar's eyes narrowed as he stared at the screen. He slowly gulped and lowered his head to look at the phone in his hand. Ever since the angel appeared on the stage, he had been sending messages to the principal, but there was no reply. This time, LeVar directly called the principal's private number. Notification. Unable to connect, possibly not in the service area. What is this? LeVar had a shocked expression on his face. The reason why he was able to calm down was probably because of his experience in Dong Remy Village. Could it be the scenery of that mansion again? This was the first thing that came to his mind. The place where there is not Dong Remy Village. A voice quietly rang out. It was a voice that was slightly hoarse and powerless. LeVar turned his head and saw that the guy that he fished up from the sewer was awake and sitting up. He was also looking at the Holy Maiden's ceremony on the screen. How do you know about Dong Remy Village? LeVar frowned and quietly picked up the pager in the ward. How would I know? How would I not know? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand because you don't know who I am. The guy covered in bandages sighed and said, Even I don't know who I am. Who are you? LeVar asked directly. I'm no one. I'm not even myself. He shook his head and said, Speaking of which, the guy who bit me is also here, right? He's a very important person to you, isn't he? LeVar didn't say anything, but something flashed through his mind. On a rainy day, a woman hugged her child and was chased out by the landlord. The woman couldn't support the living expenses of the two of them anymore. Because of her self-degeneration, the woman was no longer God's chosen. She prayed less and less, and the wished power she received became less and less. The woman hopelessly hugged her child to the bridge by the river and prepared to jump off. I can jump off, but can you give this child to me? I actually want a little brother. From today onwards, you're my little brother, a real little brother, because it seems like you're really the illegitimate child of my dissolute and indecent father. I can't give you any of my family property, not in this lifetime because it's all mine. But if you work for me, I can give you a very good salary. Do you want to consider it? You know what happened, don't you? It was unknown when LeVar had developed this habit of being calm in the face of trouble. He looked at the person he fished back from the sewer with a calm expression. Since President Balaam got rid of this guy must know a lot. He remembered that the people who threw him into the sewer shouted the name Robert. I'm not sure, but Robert shook his head. But after waking up, I saw things from a different perspective. I can roughly guess what happened. Tell me, what do I have to do to save Ludic? At that moment, LeVar was no longer calm. like a barrel of dynamite that had been ignited. He stood up abruptly and grabbed the collar of Robert's hospital gown. "If you knew but didn't tell me, then I would have been killed. I promise I'll let you experience something worse than being bitten by rats in the sewers." Robert looked at LeVar's sharp eyes and suddenly sighed. He slowly said, "First, take me out of here. After all, if I stay here, even if I can do something, I won't have the chance." "Okay." LeVar didn't hesitate. "Leave the hospital immediately." Isabel didn't know where this place was, but at least it seemed safe for the time being. She was walking in a gloomy castle. There was nothing wrong with her body, except that she was a little frightened, which caused her face to turn pale and her mind to be a little restless. She was fine for the time being. However, she was the only one left. Logically speaking, she jumped into the black mud right after that guy surnamed Luo. They should have fallen into the same place, but she had been walking in this gloomy castle for at least 20 minutes. But she didn't see anyone. She wanted to go out of the castle to take a look, but she couldn't find the way out. It was as if she had fallen into a castle maze. Suddenly, Isabel felt that she seemed to have stepped on something. The floor suddenly sank a little. At this moment, there were some squeaking sounds coming from the dim corridor in front of him. Isabel frowned. In the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes suddenly appeared. They were densely packed and were rapidly approaching her. Isabel subconsciously took a few steps back. Finally, the rapidly approaching eyes revealed their true colors. They were bats. As if the corridor was filled with bats, they were crazily flying toward her. Isabel instantly gasped. She turned her head and wanted to run away without thinking. However, the heel of the high-heeled shoes she wore for the ceremony broke at this moment. Isabel fell on the wall. She felt a sharp pain in her ankle. She might have sprained it badly. Seeing that the bats were about to pounce on her, Isabel subconsciously stretched out her hands in front of her. At this moment, her body seemed to be pulled up by something. Isabel felt as if she was being held in someone's arms. Then she rolled on the ground and rolled into something that looked like a groove. It was a man. Isabel subconsciously frowned, and it was the smell of an adult, greasy man. After hiding in the groove, the man pulled up a lid and covered the place. But this place was extremely crowded, and Isabel even felt that she could not breathe. She could only hear the man's heavy breathing. Both of them dared not to make a sound at this time. After a long time, when they could no longer hear the movement of the bats outside, Isabel frowned and said in a low voice, "Those bats should have gone. We can go out now. You have been touching for so long for free, isn't it enough?" Sorry, although I can't help it, I can't help it. After all, this place is too crowded." Good figure. The lid that covered the two of them suddenly opened, and the man flipped out and then fell to the ground. Isabel hurriedly got up at this time. She was the one who kicked the man out. Her tolerance was actually over the limit. However, when she saw clearly what she was hiding, she could not help but be stunned. Coffin? Lying in a coffin is better than being bitten to death by bats, right? A ray of moonlight shone through the glass, and they saw each other's faces through the moonlight. "How come it's you? A two-way plug?" The man suddenly burst out a very disgusted scream at this time. "Asses. Seth?" As for Isabel, she was in disbelief. "God, I think you... If it weren't for the bad relationship between the two families, you would never be able to leave the detention room of the public security office in your life." The man, Mr. Assakes, picked his ears at this time and then blew at his fingers, blowing in the direction of Isabel. All of a sudden, she crawled out of the coffin uncomfortably, as if ants were crawling on her body. Mr. Assakes shrugged at this time and said, "If you have the ability to put me in here now, I will thank you, because no matter how bad a place like the detention room is, it is always better than this damn place." At this time, Mr. Assakes walked to the side and seemed to take out something and knocked it. After a few times, suddenly there was a fire. He was lighting the candles on the wall. At this time, Isabel took a closer look at Mr. Sash's appearance. She saw that he was in rags, and there were only a few pieces of poor cloth wrapped around his private parts. In addition, Mr. Sash's hair was messy, and he had a lot of stubble. His body was even dirtier, like a beggar. "You," Isabel opened her mouth and said subconsciously, "how did you become like this?" Mr. Asakes stretched out his hand and patted the wall at this time. On the wall there were rows of eye engravings. The whole wall was covered with this kind of engraving. Mr. Asakes said indifferently, "If you have stayed in this damn place for more than half a year, you probably won't be much better than me, right?" "Half a year?" Isabel was stunned. "You have been here for half a year? How is that possible?" "I remember that not long ago your mansion that was about to close down was involved in an incident. How did you stay here for half a year? Anyway, it's been this long." Mr. Asakes shook his head. "On the day of the Holy Maiden ceremony, after I sneaked into the venue, I was knocked out by something and then thrown here." "Oh, right, the Holy Maiden ceremony should have ended long ago, right? Who became the Holy Maiden? Has the saint been resurrected?" Isabel did not answer immediately. She frowned and said, "You just said that day?" "Yes, that day. What's the problem?" "Mr. Asakes, I'm afraid." Isabel's face showed a touch of shock. I'm afraid I came here on that day." Mr. Asakes opened his mouth and even approached Isabel, his hands grabbing her chest. "What are you doing?" Isabel was instantly furious. Mr. Asakes said, "Nothing. I just want to verify whether this two-way plug of yours is just a dream of mine." "Why don't you ** King die?" "Get out of here and feed the bats." However, Mr. Arthashes's body suddenly convulsed and fell to the ground. Isabel could not help but frown. "Don't pretend. Go. Go. Hide. Hide. What?" Mr. Asakes raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot. His mouth was full of sharp teeth. "Open his mouth. Princess. Princess, wake up. Princess, wake up. Great, the princess is awake." "Princess!" The girl slowly opened her eyes. Faces that were similar, yet different appeared in front of her eyes. She counted and found that there were 7 faces in total. 7 dwarf-like fellows with large beards. She was lying on a huge, colorful mushroom. The girl frowned and thought for a while, "Where is this?" "Princess, have you forgotten?" One of the bearded dwarfs quickly said, "After you were defeated by the queen, you escaped into the forest. The fact that you used the magic mirror to control the kingdom has been exposed. We could only follow you and run." "Huh." The girl was not surprised. She said indifferently, "Then where is the magic mirror?" "It has been confiscated by the queen." "Princess, what's wrong? Have you forgotten all these things?" Another bearded dwarf holding a spiked club exclaimed in shock, "It must be because the hunter sent to assassinate you fed you a poisonous mushroom." The girl was silent. The 7 bearded gnomes walked back and forth impatiently. The girl said coldly, "So, I am a bad person?" "In theory, your highness." The 7 bearded dwarfs nodded at the same time. "You forced the king to death, launched a coup, and hanged your husband in the palace on the night of your wedding." The girl was silent again. The 7 bearded dwarfs looked at her. The girl slowly opened her palm, and a black butterfly made of flames slowly floated out of her palm. However, the strange thing was that the butterfly had only flown a few centimeters before it was annihilated and disappeared. The girl frowned. "It can be suppressed to this extent." The bearded dwarves all revealed looks of surprise and excitement. "Your highness, did you learn some vicious spells again? This is great. We can fight back. Do you want us to catch a few innocent girls for you as sacrifices?" The girl opened her mouth, then sighed and said helplessly, "Then, other than you, how many subordinates do I have left?" Chapter 2148. She was born with the blessings of the entire nation, just like an angel that had fallen to earth. There was even a prophecy that when the princess grew up, she would be the most beautiful woman in the nation. A handsome prince would come to marry her, and she would live the happiest life. Your life was already decided from the moment you were born. Do you like this kind of life? Until one day, in front of the princess who had grown up into a young girl, a mirror that could speak appeared. The mirror told the princess that she was only the most beautiful woman in the kingdom, not the most beautiful woman in the world. The mirror also said that the prince who would marry her in the future was only the most outstanding man in the neighboring country, not the most outstanding man in the world. The mirror continued to say that she was only the happiest person in the kingdom, not the happiest person in the world. The mirror also said, "Princess, you are only a beautiful little bird in a cage. It is enough for the people in this country to see how happy you are in the cage. You have successfully implanted greed in my thoughts." The princess said indifferently. Thus, the young princess hanged her husband on her wedding night and found 7 strong dwarven warriors to send the kingdom to the guillotine for treason. The mirror also said that the queen was about to give birth to a baby girl. When she grew up, she would replace her as the most beautiful woman in the kingdom. The little princess who was about to be born would be named White Snow, because the little princess who was about to be born would be as pure as a snowflake. The young girl was in the tree house of the 7 bearded dwarves. After listening to their chatter, she suddenly said indifferently, "Snowflakes are very dirty. You don't know how much dust is contained in a single snowflake, and how much of this dust is from the rotting things on the ground." The 7 bearded midgets stared at the princess with their mouths agape. The bearded dwarf's eldest brother slapped his thigh and said, "Yes, dirty as hell. The princess is right." "Then, princess, have you thought of how to kill our way back?" "Why do we have to kill our way back?" The young girl said expressionlessly. The dwarves shouted, "If we don't kill our way back, are we going to hide in the forest forever? There is no wine here, and there is a lack of food in winter. There are no good-looking women here. We have had enough of the female goblins in the forest, so we decided to follow you, your highness. Of the 14 maids you promised us last month, we still owe you 2. The girl sighed softly and muttered, "What a capricious setting." "Princess, what were you mumbling just now? Were you preparing to chant an incantation?" The girl shook her head and said indifferently, "I've forgotten a lot of things. Maybe it's related to the assassination. Tell me again how the Empress defeated me. Maybe I can remember more things." "Oh, okay. 3rd brother, you tell him. I'll find 2 female goblins to cool off." With that, the leader of the bearded dwarfs carried a blood-stained axe and jumped down from the treehouse. The girl frowned but didn't say anything. She just walked to the window of the treehouse and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a castle surrounded by ice and snow. It was the imperial palace of this kingdom. This country called the Winter Kingdom. The Winter Kingdom was a country that was covered in ice and snow all year round. In the ice castle, the managers of the 7 capitals crawled up from the cold floor. They were shivering from the cold. It had been a few minutes since they woke up, but they couldn't leave the locked room in front of them. But soon they discovered something. The managers of the 7 capitals weren't complete because Balaam of the City of Dawn wasn't here. The angels were swallowed by the sludge. What will happen to us? I don't know. My prayers can't reach the Supreme's heart. This place is really cold. At this moment, the tightly locked door opened slowly. A group of heavily armored soldiers, armed with pikes, walked in and stood on both sides. Then a man walked in slowly. White eyeshadow. Looking at the iconic eyeshadow, the managers of the 7 capitals were bewildered. "Balaam, it's you?" Dungeon Lord Durand frowned as he felt that something was amiss. "Welcome to the Winter Kingdom, everyone." President Balaam spread his arms slightly and said with a smile, "I'll try my best to answer your questions. But before that, please follow me." "Where are we going?" The Pope of the City of Blazing Skies asked in a deep voice. "Balaam, what are you up to?" "Please follow me." President Balaam was still smiling. At this time, the soldiers had already walked over and pointed their sharp spears at the managers of the 7 capitals. Their intention was quite obvious. The managers of the 7 capitals didn't look too good. They fell silent. Dungeon, Lord Durand frowned and walked forward first. The others hesitated for a moment before following him. Outside there was a long corridor, and the cold air was even more intense than the locked room from before. The managers of the 7 capitals shivered uneasily. President Balaam appeared rather relaxed and cheerful. He strolled in front of the 7 administrators. It's winter now. In the Winter Kingdom, it's very easy to freeze people into ice cubes during winter. Although it's cold in the castle, it's better than being frozen into ice cubes. Where are you bringing us? To meet someone. Who? President Balaam turned around and smiled. The Queen of the Winter Kingdom. The managers of the 7 capitals looked at each other. What was the Winter Kingdom? They had never heard of it, let alone the Queen of the Winter Kingdom. The Pope of the City of Blazing Skies frowned. Is this place beyond the range of the 7 capitals? President Balaam said casually, the range of the 7 capitals? The Pope is still humorous. Compared to this place, all the 7 capitals added together are only the size of sesame seeds. That's impossible. On the other side, the manager of 7 capitals quickly shook his head. President Balaam said, what you entered through the black soil is the space inside the Book of Gaia. Every page of the Book of Gaia is a complete world, a world far more complete than the Holy Light Kingdom. Of course, the world we're in now is the center of the Book of Gaia. The managers of the 7 capitals were in disbelief. President Balaam did not mind. He chuckled and said, it doesn't matter. You will soon understand this. Now, let's meet the queen of this place. He opened a huge door of ice and snow. A cold current gushed out in an instant, blowing a thin layer of frost on the bodies of the managers of the 7 capitals. Inside the ice and snow door, there was actually a huge palace. The Queen of the Winter Kingdom. Such a thought flashed through everyone's mind. They subconsciously looked into the palace, but what they saw was a human-shaped ice sculpture. It's the guy who came on stage later. Mayor Durand's eyes were sharp. He immediately recognized that the ice sculpture was the ordinary-looking man. How could he? President Balaam said casually, of course he has to be here. After all, one of the main purposes of opening the Book of Gaia is to let this Lord come here. It's really miraculous. One of the most powerful figures in the city of Blazing Sky, the Archangel St. John, has turned into an ice sculpture. It turns out that the supremes of the saints are also within reach. That's impossible. Balaam, I won't allow you to blaspheme the supremes. That's a heretic's speech. The white-haired Pope's face instantly turned red because he was agitated. President Balaam shrugged. However, at this moment, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in the palace as though it was a warning. Balaam, you talk too much. President Balaam's expression did not change. He only lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, my queen, Balaam knows his mistake. At the same time, Mayor Durand's expression changed slightly. He looked up in a panic. On the stairs leading to the throne, the city lord of Durand City saw Hua-Ying, the pregnant Hua-Ying. Hua-Ying was wearing a light blue robe, a crown on her head, and a wand in her hand as she slowly walked down the stairs. Hua-Ying, is it really you? You're not dead? Watching as Hua-Ying slowly walked down the stairs, Durand City Lord Durand quickly stepped forward. However, several icicles suddenly shot out from the crystal floor of the palace and blocked his path. Hua-Ying glanced at Durand indifferently, then said, I have nothing to do with the Hua-Ying you know. How could this be? The Durand City Lord was stunned. However, the other managers of the 7 capitals did not care about this scene. Blazing City's Pope frowned and said, no matter who you are, why did you capture us here? It's just to prevent you from doing things that will hinder me. Hua-Ying Ying said calmly, "I know that every manager of the 7 capitals has a privilege to listen to the voice of the Supreme Being first. Currently, I don't need those Supremes to listen to your voices." Blazing City's Pope quickly realized something and said in shock, "Could it be that this place can be isolated?" To be precise, it can be isolated from the inside of the Book of Gaia. Hua Ying calmly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. After all, I still need you in the future. From now on, you can stay in this winter castle as guests as my subjects." The other managers of the 7 capitals shook their heads. "We aren't people who will give up our beliefs for safety. No matter what your goal is, you can't destroy our determination." Hua Ying smiled and said, "Indeed, if you weren't determined enough, you wouldn't have been chosen to become the managers of the 7 capitals. But is it really unbreakable?" "I don't think so." President Balaam walked forward, and a shocking change happened to him. The necks of the president of the City of Dawn suddenly split open on both sides of his neck. However, what split open were 2 mouths. On his neck, there were 2 mouths. One of the mouths let out an ear-piercing laugh while the other made a hissing sound. Instantly, the managers of the 7 capitals, including the mayor of Duran City, started to emit large amounts of heat. Their skin turned red, and they felt as if lava was poured into their bodies. That kind of crazy burning feeling almost destroyed everyone's mind in an instant. "Everyone, come to my side. I'll grant you nirvana," President Balaam said as he slowly stretched out his hand. His thumb gently scratched his index finger, instantly cutting the tip of his finger. Then a mucus-like substance slowly dripped from his finger. That thing fell onto the ice crystal floor of the palace and instantly turned into a sparkling crystal. Looking at the small crystal on the floor, the managers of the 7 capitals' gazes changed. They became extremely hungry. They wanted this crystal, whether it was physically or psychologically. As if driven by instinct, the managers of the 7 capitals immediately pounced towards the crystal. President Balaam squeezed his finger with a smile, squeezing out drops of sticky liquid. He looked at the managers of the 7 capitals who were fighting for the crystal as if he was looking at poultry. "Enough. Don't feed them too much. I don't need the managers of the 7 capitals who have lost their sense of self," Hua Ying said calmly. "Yes, Your Majesty." President Balaam smiled faintly. At this moment, he only made a gesture of pressing the button, and the managers of the 7 capitals instantly quieted down. Hua Ying said, "The Book of Gaia can't keep distorting the senses of the supreme beings outside. Besides, using it to imprison St. John is my limit. It's enough." President Balaam chuckled. "After these saintess candidates become sacrifices, the newly born will of the saint will belong to you." "I hope so." Hua Ying suddenly shook her head. President Balaam frowned. "Your Majesty, is there a problem?" Hua Ying muttered, "I don't know why, but a young girl also joined this place and she became the princess." "Princess?" President Balaam frowned. "The Book of Gaia should be under your control." "Not entirely." Hua Ying shook her head. She slowly extended her palm, and the shadow of a golden book appeared in her palm. "Winter isn't its central world. I still can't find a way to enter the central world." The central world, the page world. President Balaam's eyes narrowed as if he was thinking of something. Hua Ying suddenly said, "But I have a feeling that this time it might be the opportunity to open the central world, and this young girl who unexpectedly came to Winter might be the opportunity. In that case, find this princess." President Balaam nodded. "I will present her head to you." "No, I will do it myself." However, Hua Ying said, "Since she can come to chilly Winter, perhaps this young girl is the one who inherited most of her will. As for that woman, I really can't bear to leave so soon." An endless cold current spread around Hua Ying. Even President Balaam couldn't help but shiver slightly from the cold. Chapter 2149. It had been half a month since they came to this place. From the helplessness at the start to the adaptation now. It had to be said that the adaptability of humans far exceeded their expectations. Looking at the blood-stained weapon in her hand, Remia believed that she would never touch it half a month ago. But now, she did not dare to let go of the sword that reeked of blood. In this place filled with all kinds of magical creatures, even a moment of squinting could cost one's life. Come, drink some water first. In the rubble of the abandoned city, Remia carefully helped a girl up. There was a ghastly wound on the girl's abdomen. This was an injury from 3 days ago, caused by a monster's sharp claws. Ever since then, the girl's fever had never subsided, and she was getting weaker and weaker. The normal treatment methods Remia knew were not very effective for this kind of injury. Remia, I'm cold. It's okay, I'm hugging you, it's okay. Remia hugged the heavily injured girl tightly in her arms. She was also very cold, abnormally cold, and there were many frostbites on her feet. Pray, you won't be cold if you pray. She whispered into the girl's ear. She knew that this was the only way for the girl to survive. The entire city was in ruins, and she had risked her life several times to search for medicine. But it was to no avail. There was even a shortage of food. Can we still go back? We definitely can. I miss the snacks of the Freedom City. I miss my family and my classmates. We'll meet again. We'll definitely meet again. So, don't sleep. Remia shouted into the girl's ear, almost crying. Don't sleep. Wake up. Wake up. Don't leave me alone. I beg you. Remia felt that she would really break down. If there was no one to speak for her in this abandoned city filled with monsters, don't sleep. Remia's voice was hoarse. She couldn't give the girl in her arms any more warmth. The entire abandoned city was now covered in gray snowflakes. Above the dilapidated buildings, there was something jumping from time to time. She felt that this was perhaps the end of the world. Perhaps she was the only one left, and she could no longer hold on for another half a month. Maybe 10 days, maybe 7 days, maybe even 3 days. Tomorrow. Saint, I praise you! Remia's eyelids drooped as she hugged the girl in her arms, whose body was gradually stiffening. Perhaps she didn't even need to wait until tomorrow. Today was her limit. Show! In the last moments of her consciousness, her elder brother's smile appeared as if it brought her warmth. At this moment, something was approaching her. Remia couldn't see clearly. All she saw was a black shadow. Perhaps it was a magical creature here, but she had no strength to resist. The black shadow approached. It wasn't a demon. Remia forced herself to open her eyes, but what she saw was a pair of glasses, an old pair of wind-proof glasses. In the end, Remia slowly closed her eyes. This cold city seemed to have frozen her consciousness as well. It felt lighter, a sense of relief. Shadows danced on the walls as the flames flickered. Remia felt that she had regained some feeling in her limbs. She scrambled to her feet, only to find that she was covered in the skin of an unknown animal. Perhaps it was the skin of a magical creature, she instinctively thought. A small bonfire appeared in front of her. It seemed to be burning some wood removed from the furniture. There was even a small iron pot on the bonfire. It seemed to be cooking something. Next to the bonfire, there were a few things that looked like rats roasting on the fire. Remia was stunned. There was someone else in this abandoned city. This was the first time in half a month that Remia felt the breath of a living person. Regardless of whether this person was good or bad, she couldn't help but feel the urge to cry. You're awake. Hearing the voice, Remia hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. She was currently in a place similar to the city's underground drainage system. From the depths of the drainage system, a figure was slowly walking over. It was a person wearing a heavy snow coat and a gas mask. So it was a gas mask and not a pair of goggles. The person was holding a large pile of wood in his hands. It also seemed to be something that was taken from wood. Remia was startled, her throat dry. She said hoarsely, "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome. After all, This is the first time I've seen a living human. The person wearing the gas mask said casually. It was a man's voice. Remia was startled. She felt like she had heard this voice somewhere before. But you've never seen another living human? Remia quickly sensed something terrifying from this person's words. At least, not before I met you. The man put down the wood in his hands, then slowly sat down and started adding wood to the fire. So, I'm curious, where did you come from? Are there any other humans in the place you came from? Remia didn't know how to answer. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, how should I address you? Also, have you always been wearing this mask? I feel that although the air here isn't very fresh, it shouldn't be poisonous. Oh, sorry, I'm used to it, the man said as he slowly took off the gas mask. Sometimes I'll crawl into some really bad places, so I've been wearing it. It's more convenient. After a long time, I got used to it. She finally saw the man's appearance clearly. The moment she saw the man's appearance, Remia was stunned for a moment. Then she was overjoyed. She was even excited. She even grabbed the man's arm. Mr. Luo, it's you. Mr. Luo. The man showed a puzzled expression, then thought for a moment and said, So, you know someone who looks like me, right? Mr. Luo, you're... Remia opened her mouth, then quickly wiped the stain on her face. It's me, Remia. We met on the sightseeing bus outside the airport. We talked for a long time. I'm Remia, have you forgotten? I have an older brother. His name is Dasher. The man blinked, but shook his head. Sorry, I think you've got the wrong person. After all, I haven't even taken a sightseeing bus before. But there are quite a lot of abandoned buses on the road. You're really not? Remia was confused. But how could there be someone who looked exactly the same? Even the aura. No, the aura was a bit different. He didn't have the mysterious aura that Mr. Luo gave off. The man shook his head again. I'm called Z. I'm really not the Mr. Luo you're talking about. Z. Remia was stunned. The man, Z, stretched out his arm and opened his shirt. There was a black mark on his arm. This mark. He nodded. I don't know what my name is, but because of the mark on my arm, I gave myself this name. You. How long have you lived here? Remia asked tentatively. Z said, I don't know how long exactly, but it should be a long time, right? I started living on my own when I was about half your height. As for what happened before that, I don't remember. Half my height, then you're still a child? Remia couldn't believe it. You're still so young. But you're living in this dangerous place. Unbelievable. Z said, No, I'm just passing by. I want to see if there's anything I can replenish. I've always been traveling. I've been to many similar cities. Travel? Remia asked why. How could someone travel in this dangerous world? Looking for someone, he said slowly. Looking for someone. Who? Z shook his head. I don't know. I only know that I'm looking for someone. Someone very important to me. Remia frowned. But you don't even know who it is. How are you going to find him? Where are you going to find him? Z smiled. You'll know once you find him. As for where to find him, I think you'll find him as long as you keep walking forward. You're so optimistic. Remia sighed. She hugged her knees and stared at the flames in front of her. She muttered, I'm looking for someone too. Dasher? Z suddenly asked. Remia looked up in surprise and stared at Z in a daze. She seemed to want to say something. There was even a faint hope in her heart. Z said, You just mentioned that he's your brother. Remia's eyes dimmed as she continued to stare blankly. Do you want to eat? It should be done. Z passed the stick with the strange creature barbecued meat. No, I'm not hungry, Remia said with difficulty. But she immediately lowered her head and extended her hand. Please give me a copy. Okay, Z smiled. Get down. At the moment of danger, a shout rang in Isabel's ears. She didn't have time to think as she instinctively squatted down. Asakes pounced over with his fangs bared. In an instant, a scabbard appeared. The scabbard pointed directly at Mr. Arthashes's throat, sending him flying backward. At the same time, Isabel only had time to see a shadow sweep past her like the wind, and with exquisite combat skills, Arthashes was sent sprawling on the ground. At this moment, Arthashes's back was pressed against the ground by the person who had just arrived. The newcomer even took out an iron chain and wrapped it around Arthashes's mouth. Then he pulled out a bright dagger from his waist. It looked like he was about to stab the back of Arthashes's head. "Stop, stop!" Isabel screamed in a hurry. "Don't kill him!" The dagger almost pierced through the back of Athasheth's head, but it stopped precariously. "This guy has been infected. No matter how good your relationship with him was in the past, he'll only be a disaster if you keep him." An unusually cold voice. Isabel stared dumbfoundedly at the man who had easily subdued Arthas and almost killed him. When he raised his head, a striking scar that ran through his left eye was instantly reflected in Isabel's eyes. The scar extended all the way to his chin. "How did you—" Isabel opened her mouth, subconsciously. "This guy, isn't he the stubborn guy sitting next to me? The guy who had subdued Arthas tied Arthas up with the chain in his hand." Then he slowly got up. He came to Isabel and grabbed her hand. "I'm D, a vampire hunter from the city of God Blessing." The man lowered his head and kissed the back of Isabel's hand. "Beautiful lady, are you okay?" Isabel immediately pulled her hand back and rubbed it on her clothes. This was her instinct. She took a deep breath and said with slight anger, "What are you doing? You were so indifferent before. Why are you finally showing your true nature?" "Oh." The hunter, who called himself D, was surprised and immediately showed a bright smile. "It seems that we used to know each other. Perhaps it was on a night when the moon was just right." Isabel was silent. This was a frivolous guy, a rather flirtatious and even ruthless type. In the past, Isabel would not even look at this type of guy. Sure enough, her three views had to follow her facial features. She actually didn't dislike him. Isabel took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She said seriously, "Stop fooling around. Where are the others? Why are you the only one?" D shrugged and said, "The Crusade team is now clearing the roadblocks all over the castle. But soon we will be able to go deep into the core of the castle. Beautiful lady, please let me bring you the first light of dawn. I will end the battle before that." What the hell is a Crusade team? I don't know what trick this guy is playing. Maybe it's not convenient for him to say anything at this time, so he has to continue the state? Asakes said that he had been in this castle for half a year. It's too weird. D blinked at this time and smiled. Isabel was stunned. This blinking action was exactly the same. "Great," Isabel quickly said. "I think I will offer you my kiss as soon as the battle ends. Brave Mr. Hunter. Then I will look forward to it." Hunter smiled at this time and walked directly to Isabel. He reached out and pulled Isabel into his arms. What do you want to do?" Isabel was slightly shocked. "Hold on tight." D chuckled. Immediately a violent tremor appeared, and everything around them began to collapse crazily. They instantly fell down. The feeling of weightlessness forced Isabel to hold on to this guy in front of her. D threw out a flying claw and hooked it on the wall. He held Isabel tightly with one hand and carried Asakes, who was tied tightly with a chain. He flew forward in the collapsed castle. Chapter 2150. Soon, Isabel saw the members of the subjugation team that the self-proclaimed vampire hunter mentioned. At first, she thought that the so-called subjugation team was most likely the people who were dragged into the black mud in the venue. However, she realized that she had underestimated the situation. These people were clearly not the people she knew in the venue. In fact, the members of the subjugation team could not even be called people. One of them was a huge guy wrapped in iron skin. One of them was wearing an evening gown. He was tall and had the head of a Chintian doll. There was also an orange toad with a backpack on its back. There was also a pretty blue bird. The blue bird's tail feathers were like a work of art. including the indecent D who kept flirting with her along the way. They were all the members of the subjugation team. This big guy is called Kaz. As for this gentleman, you should call him Mr. Ching Tian. The toad is called Taramura. The last one is Mr. Bluebird. Hello. Isabel calmed herself down and greeted them subconsciously. However, the strange members of the subjugation team did not seem to care about Isabel's existence. The iron-skinned giant, Kaz asked directly, "Dee, why don't you clean up this infected guy?" Isabel knew that the iron-skinned giant was referring to Asakes. However, she could not even protect herself at this time. She could only feel anxious but did not act rashly. Dee said slowly, "This guy seems to be not fully infected. He seems to be able to retain a part of his consciousness. Look." After that, Dee removed the chain from Asash's mouth. The fangs in Mr. Asash's mouth were gone. Although his eyes were still red, his expression was still calm. "This guy has been awake since just now. He just hasn't spoken." Dee chuckled. "Don't you think that such an infected person will be very popular in the city of God's blessing?" Mr. Ching Tian thought for a while and said, "Those guys in the Holy Seas Holy Research Institute will like it." "Right?" Dee smiled and looked at Asakes. "Then, swear in the name of a vampire hunter. Tell me who infected you, and we will ensure your safety." Mr. Asakes remained silent. Just as Dee had said, he had woken up a long time ago. He had been like this for half a year. He would suddenly become bloodthirsty, but he would soon wake up. As for the Dee before him, Asakes had the same doubts as Isabel. Apart from looking like a playboy, how could they be so similar? No, it was as if they were made from the same mold. However, Asakes had been exposed to a lot of strange things recently, so he was able to accept it. "This guy doesn't look very clear-headed." Iron Giant Kaz shook his head. "I feel that it will be troublesome to bring him along. Those lunatics from the Saint Research Institute might not like it either. He is in the room at the bottom of this place," Asakes said suddenly. Everyone looked at him in unison, only to see Mr. Arthashes quickly say, "About half a year ago, I accidentally entered this place. After I was bitten by that guy, I was left in the castle to fend for myself. I have no way to leave this place. I even lose my mind every time because of that guy's actions." Asakes. Isabel subconsciously called out Asash's name. However, she was quickly interrupted by Asakes. "Asakes, my name is Asakes. This person is called Isa. She is my distant cousin." The members of the subjugation team looked at each other. At this time, Dee smiled slightly and said, "Since this Mr. Asama knows where that guy is, it will probably save us a lot of time. You just said that if that guy does anything, it will affect you, right?" "Yes. I am sure that guy has already woken up. Otherwise, my reaction wouldn't be so strong." Asakes nodded. "In the past, I would feel very uncomfortable, but I could still barely hold on. However, when that guy pays attention to me, I can't resist. That guy, why did he leave you in the castle?" Terangru, who had been silent all this time, was puzzled. "According to our information, the target of this hunt is a guy who never leaves anyone alive. Perhaps it is because of his uniqueness." Bluebird said slowly, "Just like how those guys from the Saint Research Institute are interested in him, the target of the infected might also be interested in those who are still conscious after being infected by him." "I can accept this inference." Mr. Ching Tian nodded and then said calmly, "Then let's get ready. The guest has been here for a long time." "True." Dee chuckled. He waved his hand and a sword light instantly appeared. The sword light even illuminated the surroundings. In the end, it directly hit a pillar and cut it in half. Isabel's eyes narrowed. She knew that Dee not only liked to flirt with girls, but he was also responsible for acting cool in the subjugation team. However, the shadow of a huge bat had already appeared. The entire ceiling was covered by the shadow of this bat. As Ford, he had already charged forward with his sword. He crashed into the black shadow and tangled with it at a speed faster than ordinary people. Why don't you go and help him? Isabel couldn't help but frown. She found that the other guys in the subjugation team were just standing by and watching. D alone is enough to deal with this kind of vampire. Isabel only felt a slight weight on her shoulder. It was Mr. Bluebird, who was already standing on her shoulder. If even D can't deal with it, it's useless even if we go up together. She really wanted to complain. Then, what's the use of this subjugation team? You will know soon, Mr. Bluebird suddenly said. Soon. Isabel froze and looked at Asakes subconsciously. However, Asakes shook his head slightly, signaling her to wait and see. At this moment, a sharp cry suddenly sounded. It didn't come from the shadow of the bat, but from D. After the sharp, whistling sound, D's hair instantly grew long, and his clothes were torn apart. A pair of huge bat wings popped out from his back that was covered with dense scars. He even bared his fangs and gave up his long sword. Instead, he fought with his sharp fingernails. 10 seconds. Get ready, Ironhide Cats said in a deep voice. At this moment, the eyes of the members of the subjugation team turned solemn. 10 seconds passed by quickly. The battle between D and the Shadow came to an end at an incredible speed. It was like a dream and a massacre. When Isabel came back to her senses, the battle was already over. D stood in the rubble after the battle while holding the head of a pale-faced young man in each of his hands. At the same time, the members of the subjugation team instantly moved out. In an instant, they landed on the 4 corners of the. At the same time, they reached out and grabbed Dia's hands and body. In the end, they took out a syringe from their backpack and directly pierced it into Dia's heart to end the fight. Dia had recovered his appearance and was lying on the back of Tarango. However, dawn hadn't arrived yet. He had indeed ended the battle before dawn. This guy. Isabel didn't dare to get too close to the members of the subjugation team. They seemed to be used to this. Mr. Ching Tian suddenly appeared behind Isabel. D is the only guy in the world who survived the true ancestor of vampires. However, since then, he has been cursed by the true ancestor. Sooner or later, he will become a bloodthirsty monster. Why are you telling me this? Isabel frowned. First, it's because you saw it all. Second, it's because. Mr. Ching Tian paused with a mysterious expression. Isabel couldn't help but feel nervous. Let's do it again. It's not a secret to begin with, Mr. Fairski said with a smile. Everyone in God-blessed city knows about this. Unreliable. Unreliable. The members of the subjugation team were unreliable, no matter how they looked at it. They had left the castle. After half a year, Asakes finally saw the sun outside again. According to him, it was a little dazzling, and he felt a slight burning sensation all over his body. However, he gritted his teeth and endured it. The members of the subjugation team couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Other than D, Asakes was the first person they knew who could remain conscious to a certain extent after being infected. If that's the case, can you let me go? No way. Who knows if it's because of your cunning? Iron Giant Kes shook his head. Mr. Asakes didn't want to live anymore. At this moment, he was trapped in the belly of the Iron Giant. He thought Kaz was a guy wearing a huge iron armor, but he didn't expect Kaz to be the huge iron armor itself. A huge walking iron armor? Okay, the people from the Holy See are here. A huge airship appeared in the sky and slowly descended. The wind started to mess up Isabel's hair. She looked at the crimson sky with a complicated expression. This was a world with vampires and a group of hunters who hunted vampires for survival. D, a guy who was cursed by the true ancestor of vampires and would eventually become a bloodthirsty monster. His only wish in life was to find the true curse of vampires. She didn't know what would happen next. Isabel couldn't help but fall into a huge dilemma. Stand up and salute. Class dismissed. When Ludic opened his eyes, he saw some familiar scenes. This was no doubt a classroom. The students were all 16 or 17 years old. Although their clothes were different, most schools had a similar atmosphere. This atmosphere was especially obvious to him as an educator. Ludic nodded silently and walked out of the classroom. He felt that he had adapted well. But what was going on? He walked aimlessly in the corridor of the teaching building. The teachers and students he met would greet him. He also knew that his name was Ludic, and he seemed to be a math teacher. But what was going on? Suddenly, an ear-piercing buzzing sound was heard. It seemed to be some kind of alarm, but it shouldn't be a fire. Just as Ludic was feeling puzzled, he saw the teachers and students in the corridor become extremely nervous in an instant. All students, go to the nearest classroom immediately. Don't stay in any open space. The impact will arrive in 30 seconds. I repeat, all students. Seeing that although the teachers and students were panicking, they still hid in the classroom in an orderly manner. Ludic was confused. Impact? Bang, bang, bang. The windows in the corridor at this time crazily dropped the iron gate, and the entire corridor was completely closed in an instant, and the corridor turned into the dark red emergency light at this time. In addition, Ludic was the only one left. He actually wanted to go to the nearby classroom, but unfortunately the nearby classroom had dropped the iron gate at this time, or it was more appropriate to call it a heavy steel plate. This was the conclusion he reached after knocking on the iron gate. At this time, a crazy vibration came, and Ludic was suddenly shaken to the floor. He had to lean against the floor to stabilize his body. But the glass on the corridor window had been shattered. He had to hold his head to prevent himself from being hurt by the glass. This vibration lasted for about a minute before it finally stopped. Ludic subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and slowly got up. That is, at the corridor window there was an iron gate at this time. At this time, a corner was indeed pried open. Ludic subconsciously approached the gap and looked at the outside world through the small gap. Outside, there were two huge figures, impressively. They were far taller than the buildings in the city. One of them was a huge humanoid armored machine, and the other had a hard shell with a strange shape like a combination of a clock and an octopus. They were crazily fighting each other at this time. What the hell is this? Ludic's pupils contracted for a while. That monster is called Emissary by the people here. This should be the 97th impact. That is to say, this is the 97th Emissary. An old voice suddenly sounded behind Ludic. As for the giant fighting with the Emissary, it is called Songlei. Teacher, Calvin. Ludic looked at the old man behind him for a while with astonishment. At this time, the old man indifferently said, Here, you should call me Principal Calvin. By the way, the driver who is now driving to Songlei is also one of the students of this school. Outside, the battle between the huge machine named Songlei and the 97th Emissary easily destroyed the buildings in the city. But Ludic didn't have time to pay attention to the battle. He just frowned. Calvin, Principal, I think you have a lot to say to me. Follow me first. Calvin slowly said, Let's go to a more suitable place to watch the battle. Ludic nodded silently. He followed behind Calvin. He was very patient and didn't take the initiative to ask at this time. At this time, Grand Scholar Calvin slowly said, The place we are now in is a world inside the book called Book of Gaia. The world inside the book? Although it is a book. But do you think it is different from reality? Calvin shook his head and said, There is no difference. If you die here, it is also a real death. Huaying. I'm afraid she is not the real Huaying, but someone who borrowed the identity of Huaying. Grand Scholar Calvin was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, Morrigan. Morrigan. Ludic frowned and said, Who is this? Strictly speaking, this is a god, the scholar of Calvin said. Ludic frowned again and said, God? As far as I know, there is no one called Morrigan in the 7 capitals. At this time, Grand Scholar Calvin walked into the elevator and waited for Ludic to enter at the same time. Then he walked in as well. The elevator began to climb up. Soon, the elevator climbed to a place where it was not blocked by the iron gate, but it was still climbing. At this time, Ludic realized that this school had an extremely tall tower, because she does not belong to the 7 capitals. She is not a god of the 7 capitals, nor is she a god of the kingdom of heaven, which is above the entire holy light kingdom. Calvin looked at the battle in the city outside and slowly said, "She is an outer god." An outer god? Outside of the kingdom of heaven, there is a divine system called the Celtic. Grand Scholar Calvin thought for a while and said, "Morrigan has many divine positions in the divine system, and the most powerful of them is the one who controls death." Ludic thought about it according to Grand Scholar Calvin's words. Why is an outer god in the Holy Light Kingdom? It is very simple. Grand Scholar Calvin said, "Capture the outer god and then put her in the Holy Light Kingdom. Let the outer god live as a believer as soon as she is born." Isn't the faith of a god more abundant than the faith of an ordinary person? Ludic suddenly widened his eyes. This is really something. The return rate is so high that it can make people commit crimes. You are still the same as always, a crazy guy. Grand Scholar Calvin shook his head and said, "Then do you know how the Celtic divine system was destroyed?" It can't be that it went out of control, right? Ludic shrugged and said, "It was destroyed by our saint." Grand Scholar Calvin said slowly, "It was destroyed by our saint, the saint of our city of freedom." Chapter 2151. Basically, Ludic was listening to the story as if it was a story. This history was told by the Calvinist scholars and had never appeared in any of the current documents. Because of that, it meant that this story had no foundation at all. Even though Ludic had already fallen into this strange environment, he still felt a strong sense of being pulled away from it. He forced himself to walk into the history told by Scholar Calvin, multitasking. "Teacher, according to what you're saying, the current predicament we're in is actually the revenge of this outer god named Kerrigan." Ludic frowned as he connected what he had seen and experienced recently. Holy Fall. The waters of Holy Fall are very deep. Scholar Calvin shook his head gently. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think, but it obviously has something to do with Kerrigan." "We won," Ludic suddenly said. A large area of the city outside the huge academy had been destroyed into ruins. The huge machine called Psang lay stood in the ruins. Only half of its arm was left, and its body was severely injured. The 97th emissary was finally defeated. This was undoubtedly a fierce battle. "We won." Scholar Calvin nodded and said indifferently, "But the pilot of Psang is almost done for." Ludic was stunned. "You just said that the pilot is a student of this academy?" Calvin said, "The academy you're currently in is one of the 3 academies in the world that specializes in training pilots of combat machines like Psang. Otherwise, why do you think an ordinary academy would have so many defensive measures?" Indeed, from where he was now, the entire academy was not only wrapped up like an iron bucket, but there were also many large defensive cannons everywhere in the academy. This was very abnormal. "Teacher, why are you here? Why are you the principal here?" Ludic asked coldly. "And why am I here? This is a random event." Scholar Calvin thought for a while and said, "Except for Kerrigan, who controls the Book of Gaia, everything that happens to anyone who enters the Book of Gaia can be said to be random events or events arranged by Kerrigan." 2 possibilities. Ludic opened his mouth in surprise. Immediately his heart moved. "You mean this outer god actually can't completely control this strange Book of Gaia?" Scholar Calvin looked deeply at Ludic and suddenly said, "If you can concentrate on one thing, you are actually the person who can inherit my legacy." Ludic shook his head. "Teacher, you are too poor. Even if I inherit everything you have, it won't last even a minute. Spiritual wealth is the most precious treasure in the world. But I can't eat enough." Ludic shrugged and said, "Even if you have always been an ascetic, you still need to eat, drink, and sleep. Without these, you would have died on the streets. Any dream that is discussed without the foundation of material foundation is like a computer screen. It's just self-comforting. Scholar Calvin was not angry. If he was angry because of this, he would have vomited blood and died when he was teaching Ludic. Ludic shook his head. So, teacher, why are you so clear about all this? Even in my family, there are no records of these things. Scholar Calvin sighed and said, all this is because of one person. Who is it this time? Ludic rolled his eyes. Master Marianne, Scholar Calvin said softly. Marianne. Ludic was silent for a while. Then he slowly said, is she the person that you kidnapped me and ass-aches back then? So you do know something. Scholar Calvin looked at him deeply. Ludic said calmly, I'm not that naive guy, ass-aches. I won't believe you unconditionally. Don't you know how many times I've been tricked by you in the past? Actually, our thesis has matured a lot. Scholar Calvin shook his head and said the impact is over. As the person in charge of this school, I can't leave my post for too long. If you have anything to say, wait until nightfall. I'll come to you again. You can digest what I've said. After that, Scholar Calvin drove the elevator away quickly. Ludic couldn't help but squint his eyes. He muttered, you old bastard. Tell me, what should I do before nightfall? Ludic shook his head and looked at the huge broken machine that stood motionless in the ruins of the city. Some things that looked like small planes were quickly approaching the broken songlay. They were probably busy. Ludic lowered his head and took out a necklace from his collar. There was a teardrop-like pendant on it. He muttered, although I've changed my clothes, I still have this thing. Holy glory. This was the heirloom of the Mother of Saints family. However, there was another holy glory in our Theseus's body. Only when the two holy glory were gathered together would it. But ass-aches can't be in this world, right? Ludic shook his head. Just as he was about to put the pendant into his collar, a faint heat came from the holy glory pendant. Ludic was stunned. This meant that it could sense the existence of the other holy glory, which meant that ass-aches couldn't be far away from him. At this moment, a huge light suddenly appeared in the sky above the ruins of the city. A beam of light was cast on the ground. It instantly annihilated the songlay and the rescue team that was about to be retrieved. Many parts of the city were even flattened. Some of them even extended to the periphery of the school. The strong shock wave even directly flipped Ludic to the ground. He held on to the guardrail tightly. He saw that a huge whirlpool had appeared in the sky above the destroyed city, and in the whirlpool, there seemed to be a small figure slowly descending. The sound of the school alarm rang in his ears. Attention! Attention! A new shock wave has been detected. Attention! Attention! A new shock wave has been detected. A box that looked like a mobile phone fell out from Ludic's body. The box that landed on the ground opened automatically, and many projection interfaces popped up. Ludic was stunned. This was probably something that the people in this world, or at least the people who were teachers in the school, brought along with them. However, the image that popped up was the image of the huge whirlpool. The image was the full appearance of the figure that was slowly descending. This guy, isn't he? In the palm of his hand there was a slight heat. Mr. Ass-aches seemed to be holding something tightly. At this moment he was sitting on a single bed. The room was very narrow. It was a place that looked like a confinement room. This was the shelter of the Holy See in the city of God Blessed. Ever since he was brought back to the city of God Blessed by the crusading team, he was directly locked up in this place. It had been 3 days. In these 3 days, he couldn't get any communication with the outside world. Footsteps were heard. Ass-aches instantly put away the item in his hand. Then he closed his eyes and lay on the bed. Asa! Assam! Ass-aches instantly opened his eyes. It was Isabel's voice. Hearing this, he immediately sat up and looked at Isabel, who was outside the iron fence. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. It seems that you've been living well for the past few days. Isabel rolled her eyes. It's not easy to come and see you. I spent a lot of effort these few days to apply for permission to visit you. Mr. Asakes stopped smiling and said seriously, "What's the situation now?" "I feel like I'm going to be dissected and studied by those fellows who call themselves the Holy Research Institute. There's still many things that I don't understand about this place. Don't expect too much from me," Isabel quickly said. "However, in the near future, there might be a chance to rescue you." "What do you mean?" Isabel whispered. "I observed that the City of God Blessed has been on high alert these few days. It seems like they are guarding against something. I have a feeling that a powerful enemy is coming." "A powerful enemy? Do you know where it came from?" Mr. Asakes quickly asked. Isabel shook her head. "I don't know much. However, Deke suddenly came to me today and gave me something that looked like a plane ticket. He should be asking me to leave. The situation doesn't seem to be optimistic." Asakes looked at Isabel from head to toe and said coldly, "He gave you a plane ticket to leave? Looks like you've spent a lot of effort these few days." Isabel said calmly, "I only had a few meals with that guy. He enjoyed the time when we were dating, but he never really touched me. Doesn't that sound strange?" Athax pondered for a while before saying, "This is one of the main bases of the humans against the vampires. It's the only city blessed by God in the world, and it's an existence that can make the Holy See here feel as if they're facing a great enemy. For Deke to be so abnormal, could the enemy this time be the one who cursed him, the vampire's true ancestor?" Isabel's heart skipped a beat. Asakes suddenly said, "Isabel, come closer and put your hand in. I have something to give you." Isabel frowned. After hesitating for a while, she put her hand in. "What do you want to give me?" Asakes instantly grabbed Isabel's wrist. "I want to give you a bad memory." As she spoke, Isabel felt a sharp pain coming from her wrist. Arthesis had bitten her wrist. She was shocked and angry. She shouted angrily, "Asakes, you bastard! What are you doing? Let me go." She struggled for a while and finally managed to pull her arm back. However, her arm had been bitten. Blood covered half of her palm. She could not help but stare at Asakes with hatred. At this time his mouth was full of blood. His eyes were slightly narrowed. After a while he slowly exhaled and returned to normal. "Okay, it should be enough. You deliberately sucked my blood." Isabel seemed to have thought of something. Asakes shrugged. "After all, if I keep starving, I can't do anything. Although I'm a strange infected, I'm still an infected. I still have some strange abilities." As he spoke, Arthesis reached out and gripped the iron bars tightly. As he exerted force, the iron bars bent slightly, but Arthesis didn't continue. Instead, he straightened the iron bars again. He said in a low voice, "Wait until night, when they are not so alert." Isabel gritted her teeth and nodded. Then she angrily hid the wound with her sleeve. "I'll settle this with you slowly." Remia curled up in a corner and stared blankly at the fire. It was snowing outside the city. According to Z, this type of snowstorm would last for at least a few days. In other words, she would need to hide in this underground tunnel for a few days. "Lo, Z, do you know why this world has become like this?" Remia's voice slowly rang out in the silence. Z was leaning against the wall, using the light from the fire to read a rather old book. Z closed the book and said slowly, "That's true. Why did this world become like this? From the records left behind by humans, this should be a clear blue world in the past." "You don't know either?" Remia opened her mouth. Z shook her head. "I didn't personally experience it. However, from the records, it seems that humans in the past chose the path of destruction." "Humans chose?" Remia shook her head. "Why would we choose to destroy ourselves?" She said indifferently, "Perhaps we can find the answer in the future." Just as Remia was about to ask something, a slight tremor came from the depths of the tunnel. Remia's heart immediately tensed up. As the vibration grew stronger, heavy footsteps sounded. Remia immediately picked up the blood-stained sword and looked at it nervously. Maybe it's a monster. Maybe it's because of the fire. Maybe it's because of our smell. Don't be nervous. Z smiled and said, my friends are back. P friends? Friends I met on the way. Z nodded. They accompanied me and searched for my past. They are all very good guys. Remia subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't a monster. Z's friends should be good people too. At least it was the same as Mr. Luo, the type that could make people feel at ease. Z, bad luck, bad luck. This damn place is barren. I can't find any useful supplies. I'm afraid you'll have to starve for a few days. A coarse voice rang out, and Remia's attention was immediately drawn to the source of the voice. As the sound got closer and closer, what appeared in front of Remia was a gigantic figure walking with a bent back. The firelight finally shone on this figure. Armor. Remia's eyes widened. They saw that the person who was walking with his back bent was a guy wearing heavy iron armor. His huge body almost filled the entire cross-section of the pipe. But on the other hand, it also gave people a sense of safety, after all, in a place where monsters ran rampant. This armor seemed to have quite a lot of defensive power. But soon, Remia lost her composure, because she saw a guy with the head of Qingtiandal. There was also a big toad that could talk and a blue bird that could talk as well. This is Cats. This is Qingtiandal, Taramaru, and Bluebird. Z smiled and introduced. They're good friends I met on the way. Remia realized that she was wrong. Z's friend couldn't even be considered human. There was a door in front of the door. In the long tunnel, this door was the final destination. Boss Luo stood in front of the final destination door. After sizing it up, he slowly pushed the door open. Then he appeared in a small and exquisite girl's room. There were all kinds of fantasies that a cute girl should have. There was a sketchbook on the table with some drafts on it. Boss Luo picked it up and glanced at it. It was confirmed that it was an erotic manga. Boss Luo blinked and the door of the room was opened. A girl in a small skirt rushed in and snatched the sketchbook from Boss Luo's hands. Her face was red. You sneaked into my room again. You big bad brother. While Boss Luo was stunned, a smile soon appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, Good drawing. When the young girl heard this, she immediately let out a strange cry. Then, she ran to the bed and covered her entire body with a cup. She cried out loudly, Get out! Get out! Get out! There was no movement for a long time. The girl tentatively poked her head out of the blanket. She was the only one left in the room. She looked at the drafts in her sketchbook with annoyance. Her face was as red as fire, and she was about to cry. I shouldn't have drawn this kind of theme. Chapter 2152. It was a quiet town in front of him. The building was not tall, and it seemed to be a type of thinking that as long as it was enough, it was fine. But in the distance, he could see a thin film that was flowing like a bubble. The entire edge of the town was covered by this thin film. This film seemed to be expanding outward at a very slow speed. At the edge of the town, he could even see half of the building. As the film expanded outward, the half of the building was gradually completed. Boss Luo was now at home, at least on the balcony of this home, overlooking all this happening. It's not finished yet. Ring. It was the phone ringing from the living room. Luocho picked up the phone, only to hear a woman's voice. Hello, is this Luoya's home? Hearing this, Boss Luo was silent for a moment, and then said, Yes, you are. Hello, I'm Luoya's class teacher at school. The man on the phone said seriously, Are you Luoya's parent? Luocho glanced at the house casually. There seemed to be only traces of two people living here. He thought for a while, and then answered the question of the man who claimed to be her class teacher. I'm her brother, and maybe her current guardian. Maybe? What's the matter with Luoya? Luocho directly changed the topic. The man who claimed to be her class teacher said, Well, about some problems of Leia at school, if possible, I hope to communicate with you, Mr. Luo. What time would be convenient? Do you need me to come to school? No need. If it's possible, let's meet outside in the evening, okay? The woman said softly, if parents are called to school, it may bring unnecessary psychological pressure to students. Boss Luo smiled. Teacher, you really love students. If it's convenient, how about we meet next to the station at 5:30 p.m.? This is my phone number. You can write it down. Luocio directly wrote down the phone number left by the class teacher in the notebook and confirmed the time and place of the meeting. The call was cut off, and the door of the room opened slightly, revealing half of the girl's face. The girl hesitantly asked, "Who called?" "A salesman." Luocio smiled. "He asked me if I want to buy a house." The girl said, "Oh," and then directly closed the door. But outside the door, the girl's voice came again. "Tonight? What do you want to eat tonight?" Luocio approached the door. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything." Boss Luo smiled. "Then I'll buy some ingredients. Do you want to go out together?" No response. Luocio waited for a while, but there was still no sound in the room. He blinked and left the room. Until the door was closed, the girl opened the door a little and poked her head out to look around. After confirming that there was no one else in the house, she slowly walked out of the room. The girl was still covered with a quilt, and she rushed to the refrigerator, took out some food and drinks, and quickly rushed back to the room. Then she closed the door. Then she opened the door again, hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door lock, and then closed the door again. Or perhaps it should be said that they had met each other on the road for their own purposes and traveled together. Z was looking for lost memories and a very important person. As for the Iron Man Kaz, it was said that he was looking for a companion like him. Remia later found out that Kaz's big armor was hollow, and Kaz was the armor itself. Taramaru was looking for a legendary food, and Mr. Qingtian hoped to find a way to become an adult. As for the blue bird, it said that it was looking for its hometown, but it could not say where it was. They were all strange creatures, but Remia thought that in this world where monsters were rampant and humans were rare, S group was strange, but at least they were not scary. "Remia, are you looking for your brother too?" Kaz looked a little scary, but surprisingly he was a talkative person. "If it's possible." Remia nodded. Kaz directly announced, "In that case, do you want to travel with us?" Remia was startled. In this desolate world, she really needed companions, but she looked blankly at E, the only one who could give her a sense of security, and asked hesitantly, Can I?" Z said softly, "Can't you?" Remia was startled. She suddenly felt like crying, but she nodded silently. Mr. Qingtian came in front of Remia, performed a magic trick, and gave the flower in his hand to Remia. Is it made of paper?" Remia asked in surprise. Mr. Qingtian said, "I heard that this kind of flower could be seen everywhere in the old world. I don't know what kind of flower this is, but I saw this picture on a wall in another city, so I folded it out of paper. This is a rose flower." Remia suddenly said, "Rose flower," at the same time, was also the word of Freedom City. It was the symbol of Freedom City as saint. As one of the 7 cities of Freedom City, there was no one who did not know of it. Rose flower, so this is what it is called. Mr. Fairsky seemed to have found something that piqued his interest, and immediately asked Remia for more information about this flower. This seemed to have opened up a topic, a chance for Remia to join this group. In the snowstorm, they hid in the narrow but warm environment, whispering their own stories until they fell asleep. Sri Lankan Combat Academy. This was the name of one of the 3 schools in the world that specialized in training giant combat humanoid pilots. In Principal Calvin's office, Ludic was eating instant noodles in big mouthfuls. He had been hungry for half a day because he was not familiar with everything here. Ludic had been hiding alone for half a day, fiddling with the communication device in his hand, and learned a lot about this world. The main reason was that Freedom City followed the path of modern civilization, so it was not that different from this world. He was not completely unable to adapt. "Who is this person?" Ludic suddenly asked. On the projection screen in the office, a series of images appeared. This was the figure that appeared in the giant vortex after the 97th emissary was eliminated during the day. Different from the emissary in the past, the emissary that appeared after the 98th emissary had a human appearance. The 98th emissary on the screen had the appearance of a young man with black hair and black eyes. However, under the man's eyes there was a teardrop tattoo that looked like a teardrop, and he looked unusually cold. The 98th emissary appeared one after another, which made the entire world's defense system nervous. However, after the 98th emissary appeared after the 98th emissary did not cause any damage, and after he appeared, he quickly disappeared and went to civilization. However, the destruction caused by the 98th emissary was horrifying. Half of the city was turned into ruins in an instant, and even the underground shelter of the city was not spared. The Defense Force temporarily named this new emissary as Zero. Scholar Calvin thought for a while and said, "It means that this type of emissary has appeared for the first time." "This kind of emissary has never appeared before?" Scholar Calvin shook his head and said, "Because of this, the Defense Force is highly nervous. I estimate that in another hour, the reinforcements from the ground should be almost here. Next, this place may become the first line of defense." Ludic frowned and said, "The so-called Defense Force that you're talking about, does it mean that this emissary with the code name is still somewhere in this city?" "At least, they have not detected the energy field fluctuations of the emissary outside of here." Scholar Calvin nodded and said, "But in our city, the energy field fluctuations of the emissary are getting stronger and stronger, and has even far surpassed the highest level." "Then why are we not running away?" Ludic was surprised and said, "That kind of guy who can destroy half of the city with a wave of his hand. How are we going to resist? With our heads? We can't leave." Scholar Calvin shook his head and said, "Because this guy is very likely to be the protagonist of this world." Protagonist? The Book of Gaia is a very magical book. Every page of it is a huge world. Scholar Calvin said in a deep voice, "Only by finding the protagonist of the page world can we find a way to leave this place." Ludic was silent for a while and said, "Teacher, it seems that you still have a lot of things that you haven't told me." "I'll tell you slowly." Scholar Calvin said, "Because this time you can no longer stay out of this. But before that, I need you to do something for me." "A condition?" Ludic rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Okay, what is it?" "I need that special ability of yours," Scholar Calvin said coldly. Ludic did not seem to hear him. He lowered his head and ate his instant noodles quietly. Scholar Calvin did not care and continued. "Although we have entered the world of the page world, in fact, the things that we have will not disappear. For example, our cognition, knowledge, ideas, and even some special abilities. Your ability." Ludic picked up a piece of shrimp and said in surprise, "This kind of instant noodles is very expensive. Do you know how to do business?" The pilot of Tsanglei was found later. Scholar Calvin said directly, "Before the impact, the pilot successfully launched the cockpit and escaped, but he was seriously injured. I need you to save the pilot." "What can I get?" Ludic looked up. "Teacher, what you are going to tell me is not enough. What else do you want to know?" Scholar Calvin asked indifferently. "Answer me." Ludic stared at Scholar Calvin and said, "Slowly, answer me." "Teacher, you know all of this. You know about the existence of Morrigan, and you know about the Book of Gaia. Were you once an outer god?" Scholar Calvin was silent for a while, then he sighed. He took out a card from the drawer and pushed it in front of Ludic. "This is a communication card. After you go out, someone will take you to the treatment room. As for whether I am an outer god or not, have you forgotten my religion?" "Teacher, isn't this answer very cunning?" "If I'm not cunning, I can't be a good teacher for a bad student like you." Scholar Calvin shook his head. "Remember, in this world, the only one you can trust is me. Similarly, the only one I can rely on is you. Ludic walked out of Scholar Calvin's office without saying a word. He followed the instructions and came to the designated place. A transport vehicle had been waiting there for a long time. "Excuse me, are you the doctor that Principal Calvin said can save people, Mr. Ludic?" At this time, a head popped out of the transport vehicle and looked at Ludic. However, Ludic did not feel good. What did he see? What he saw was a guy with the head of a Teru Bozu. Was that guy wearing a mask? 7 dwarfs. Oh, no. There were 7 fierce and hungry bearded dwarfs. At this time they were eating a big wild boar that had just been roasted. The girl looked at them and did not have the slightest appetite, although at this time her body did feel hungry. At this time the bearded dwarf's eldest brother suddenly said, "Your Highness, I just asked outside. The Queen gave the order to enter the forest to search for us. There are posters of our arrest everywhere in the city." The young girl casually grunted in acknowledgement, looking as if she lacked interest. The bearded dwarf did not understand the atmosphere and continued to say, "I heard that the one leading the army this time is the leader of the kingdom's knights, Balaam. Sigh, that guy is really difficult to deal with. He can block my wolf fawn club with his bare hands." The girl suddenly frowned. "What did you say? What is the leader of the knights called?" "Balaam," the bearded dwarf said. "Your Highness, is your brain still not recovered?" The girl ignored him and muttered something under her breath. "Balaam. Balaam?" Immediately the girl stood up and walked out of the house. The bearded dwarf hurriedly asked, "Your Highness, where are you going?" "To enter the city," the girl said calmly. "I want to meet the leader of the knights." The bearded dwarf was shocked. "You can't, Your Highness. Your brain is still not recovered. You can't use those harmful witchcraft. You can't deal with Balaam." As he spoke, the bearded dwarf quickly reached out to grab the girl's shoulder. But the moment he was about to grab her, he suddenly felt the world spinning. When he came back to his senses, the bearded dwarf's eldest brother was already lying on the ground. One of his arms was broken. "Please don't touch me," the girl said coldly. "If this happens again, you might only be able to eat with your feet in the future." Hearing this, the big, bearded dwarf brother was not angry. Instead, he got up excitedly. "That's great. She's back. Her Highness the Princess is back. That's the smell, that's the expression that kills without batting an eyelid. It's Her Highness. This is great. Yes, Her Highness' brain is fine. It's finally fine." Looking at the 7 bearded dwarves dancing with joy and tears in their eyes, the girl sighed and held her forehead. Hashtag PS 2 halves. Chapter 2153. Screams of despair sounded. People covered their mouths in fear and even covered their eyes. In the sky above the Holy Maiden ceremony, there were only a few floating crosses, but now there were nearly 10 of them. On each of the crosses, there was a young girl who had died horribly. Those were the candidates for the Holy Maiden ceremony. Every Holy Maiden candidate was once the hope of many people. Watching their hopes shatter before their very eyes was like torture. Even if they didn't support those girls who were crucified, it was still an extremely infuriating thing to watch these young girls die tragically. "Stop! Stop this ceremony! Stop! I told you to stop!" The angry people in the Freedom City started to charge at the Holy Maiden ceremony. The guards outside the Holy Maiden ceremony gave up on stopping them and hid in a corner. However, when the people charged into the Holy Maiden ceremony, they were scared away by the black sludge that covered the entire place. The bubbling, slow-moving sludge was like black lava, emitting a strong and ominous aura, making people feel intimidated and unable to move forward. "Holy Maiden, do you really want us to watch them die one by one? How cruel is this? If this is a preparation for the revival of the Holy Maiden ceremony, then this revival day. Shut up! Shut up! Heresy!" The negative emotions that had been suppressed due to the appearance of the Holy Fall now seemed to be on the verge of uncontrollable. In the Freedom City, the sky was gloomy and the bustling scene was no longer there. This city is getting worse and worse. The car slowly drove on the road, and people rioting due to anger and fear could be seen everywhere. LeVar's expression became more and more serious, but Robert, who was in the passenger seat, didn't seem to see it. At least, Robert looked so calm. Robert calmly said, "You think it's bad because you haven't seen anything worse." LeVar couldn't help but ask, "What is worse?" Robert slowly said, "In some places where there is a lack of faith, the flames of war are endless, and corpses can cover the rivers. In order to survive, people will even eat their own offspring. Natural disasters, man-made disasters, and even hope seem to have given up on them. There is no such place in the 7 capitals." Lavelle shook his head and said with certainty. Robert didn't argue. Instead, he suddenly said, "Let's get out of the car and leave. Unless you're willing to knock down the crowd on the road, we won't be able to reach our destination, even if it's dark." Lavelle had no choice but to stop the car on the road. He squeezed into the crowd with Robert and moved forward with difficulty while looking at the screen of his phone. The options that suddenly appeared on the special broadcast channel of the Holy Maiden ceremony didn't only include options for the Holy Maiden candidates, but also other options, those who were also present at the ceremony. Among them, there was the option of Ludwig's headmaster. They knew what had happened, everything that had happened to the people who had disappeared from the venue. "Is there any way to contact them?" Lavelle suddenly asked. He felt that Robert might be able to give him an answer. Robert replied, but it sounded very perfunctory. "Only faith can reach it." Faith? Wasn't the faith of the entire Free City not enough? How desperately they wanted to end this nightmare. In the Crayon Kingdom, Yulia decided to call this place the Crayon Kingdom. At this moment, Yulia was looking for the Carrot Sword Hero with Charmin and the Matchstick Doll who could deal with the Rabbit Demon King. They were cursed by the Rabbit Demon King, and carrots started to grow on their bodies. As a stick man, Charmin looked fine, but Senior's sister, Yulia, felt that something was wrong. This was because the carrots brought about by the curse were always growing in some strange places on her body. They witnessed the villagers sacrificing Duo Air, who had pulled out the Carrot Sword Hero, to the Rabbit Demon King. The Rabbit Demon King glared at them, and they were cursed by the Rabbit Demon King. Later, Senior's sister, Yulia, directly kidnapped a Matchstick Man villager and brought him back. After a series of strange interrogation, she obtained the method to remove the curse. Moreover, she took a strange seed from the villager's house. This was the key to finding the Carrot Sword Hero. It was because the Carrot Sword Hero was planted. However, before the Carrot Sword Hero could be planted, they had to find the fairy on the Godly Mountain. Only the fairy gave them the orange juice that could make the seed sprout. Fortunately, traveling in the Crayon Kingdom seemed to be easy. After the background of the crayon painting changed, they arrived at the foot of the Godly Mountain. "It's really capricious." Yulia couldn't help but complain. "It feels like the work of a naughty child." "Senior Yulia, look. What is that?" At this moment, the Matchstick Doll Charmin exclaimed, the mountain is moving." Yulia froze for a moment, and her expression changed slightly. Then she picked up the Matchstick Doll Charmin and ran as fast as her life depended on it. It wasn't a mountain. It was a giant the size of a mountain. It had a lot of moss on its body. It seemed to be a giant wearing huge armor. If you want to go up the Godly Mountain, you have to pass 4 tests. I'm the guardian of the first test, Mr. Katz. At the same time, a deafening roar sounded. Yulia, who was running as fast as she could while carrying the Matchstick Doll Charmin, blinked and stopped. What test? At this moment, the armored giant stopped, or rather it squatted down. Even so, the giant's body was still incomparably large. When Senior Yulia stood there, she was the size of an ant. answer one of my questions. If your answer is correct, you can go to the second test. Why don't you ask first? Senior sister, Yulia, said tentatively. The giant asked, Who is the fairy's favorite person? Oh, Senior sister, Yulia, blinked her eyes and subconsciously said, I know who your fairy is. Who is she? If you can't answer, you'll be punished. After saying that, the giant used its fingers to pick up Yulia. Yulia struggled a few times, but she couldn't break free. How is this possible? Atomization shouldn't be immune to physical attacks. But seeing the giant's fingers start to exert force, squeezing her body so hard that it felt like it was going to explode, Yulia didn't have time to think too much. She could only brace herself and say, Wait, I want to answer. I want to answer. Speak. What's the answer? Yulia didn't know who the fairy's favorite person was. In this crayon kingdom, she had collected too little information. But according to common logic, perhaps the fairy would like the carrot hero. After all, this was basically the case. Carrot hero? At this moment, the stickman Charmin screamed, Is the answer the carrot hero? Wrong answer. Punishment. With a buzzing sound, the giant's fingers exerted force, and the stickman Charmin was instantly crushed into a stick. Dead. F***ck. Charmin, you died so miserably. Senior apprentice sister, Yulia, couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. Although the way the Charmin matchstick man died was the same as the previous duo-er matchstick man, which was a child's play, senior apprentice sister, Yulia, really felt that the crayon kingdom was terrifying. What's your answer? The giant looked at Yulia again. Yulia subconsciously swallowed her saliva, and her scalp went numb. She felt that the giant's patience was running out, and she wanted to give an answer no matter what. Punishment. Wait, I'll answer. Yulia screamed. But my answer has to be drawn. Okay. The giant nodded in surprise. Hurry up and draw. Yulia was immediately released, but she was still in the giant's hands. The danger was still there. How could she know what to draw? She said she would draw it just to buy herself some time. Hurry up and draw. A crayon and a sketchbook immediately fell in front of Yulia. She shivered and helplessly picked up the tools. Then she sat on the palm of the hand that had fallen to the ground. After a long time, the crayon drew a short curve on the sketchbook. She tentatively raised her head to look at the giant's reaction, but she saw that the giant didn't react at all. However, his hands began to shrink, and in an instant he half-clenched his fists. Yulia didn't dare to waste any more time, and she frantically drew on the sketchbook. I'm done drawing. This is the answer. After a while, Yulia raised the sketchbook, thinking that she was going to die anyway, so she wanted to die quickly. However, she didn't expect that she would have such a bad start. This was clearly the first stage of her career. The answer is correct. You can go to the second stage. Come on, hurry up. What did you say? However, the giant slowly put Yulia down and then gradually walked away. Not long after, it sat down and then became a mountain peak, not moving at all. Yulia looked at the scene in front of her, not knowing what to do. Subconsciously, she glanced at her masterpiece and said in disbelief, This works! On the sketchbook, she drew a smiling face with a crayon. It was Boss Luo's face. As for the style of the drawing, it wasn't as crude as the one in the Crayon Kingdom. After all, Yulia was a multi-talented female demon from the academy. I just wanted to give it a try, thinking that the shop owner's indescribable existence might be able to change and interfere with some of the truth, but I didn't expect that. I just casually drew the shop owner's appearance. Senior sister, Yulia, shivered. You can show your divinity with this? Instantly, Yulia respectfully placed the sketchbook on a rock. Then she knelt down and put her palms together. Then she took out 2 carrots from her body and placed them on the ground as if they were offerings. Namo, Namo, Namo. After the offerings, Yulia carried the hero seed and continued to climb the mountain uneasily. Beside the bus stop, Boss Luo walked slowly among the pedestrians with a shopping bag in his hand. At this moment, he was on the phone with the man who called himself his homeroom teacher. "I'm standing under the pillar of the big bell. You can easily see me, Mr. Luo." "Indeed, it's easy to see you." Boss Luo froze for a second and then said, "I think I see you." Under the pillar of the big bell, Boss Luo saw a guy with a Qingtian doll head, wearing a suit and a tie and carrying a briefcase, probably a mail. Boss Luo looked around with some doubts and found that the pedestrians were still pedestrians. They looked like normal people. He walked towards the weird-looking guy and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, are you Luoya's homeroom teacher?" "Yes, I am. I'm Mr. Qingtian." The homeroom teacher nodded. "Luoya's brother, nice to meet you." "Me too. Nice to meet you, Mr. Qingtian." Boss Luo smiled. "So, shall we talk here?" "Before we talk, I hope you can take a look at this document." Mr. Qingtian took out an envelope from his briefcase. Boss Luo opened it and glanced at it. He was confused. "This is Luoya's withdrawal application." Mr. Qingtian said, "It seems that Mr. Luo really doesn't know about this." Boss Luo shook his head. Mr. Qingtian said, "These days Luoya didn't come to school. Although Luoya often asked for leave to rest at home because of her health condition. Until today, I received this letter. I think I need to find Luoya's family." "Mr. Luo, I don't know what you think about this matter." Boss Luo thought, "I don't know what the homeroom teacher thinks about the withdrawal. After all, I don't know much about my sister's situation in school. Luoya rarely communicates with others in school. She seems to be very solitary." Mr. Fersky said, "Even though bullying hasn't happened before, it's true that not many students are willing to interact with her. Besides, she doesn't come to school often anyway. This semester, her attendance rate didn't even reach the standard. She may face the punishment of repeating a year." "I see." Boss Luo suddenly nodded and put the withdrawal letter into the shopping bag. "About this matter, I'll go back and find out more about it." Mr. Qingtian probably didn't expect the student's guardian to be so straightforward. He seemed a little stunned. "Mr. Luo, I think this matter is very serious. I hope you can take it seriously. If you keep this indifferent attitude, it will be a terrible thing for Mr. Qingtian, right?" Boss Luo looked at him expressionlessly. "You think I won't take my sister's matter seriously?" The homeroom teacher seemed to shudder. No, I didn't mean that." Boss Luo said, "Thank you for telling me this today, Mr. Qingtian. Then goodbye." Okay. Chapter 2154. On the mountain path of the godly mountain, there was a big toad. "Are you the traveler who passed the checkpoint of the giant Kaz?" "I'm the guard of the second checkpoint, Master Taramuro." Senior sister, Yulia, wasn't surprised at all, even if the one in front of her was just a talking toad. What a joke! What kind of world hadn't she seen before? In some strange subworlds, even Ding Ding was able to walk around freely, okay? So, what's the second checkpoint? Senior sister, Yulia, went straight to the point. "Please answer me. Who is the person who likes fairies the most in the world?" The buzzing voice echoed in Yulia's ears. She couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then she quickly took out a crayon and a piece of drawing paper. She finally understood. Not only was the shop owner's magic power boundless, but his drawing also had godly power. It was as if he was using a cheat code. This is the person who likes fairies the most. Senior sister, Yulia, raised the drawing in her hand and answered confidently. Master Taramar was silent for a while, and then he said, "Correct. You pass." Then the big toad that was blocking the way turned into a stone and squatted on the side of the mountain path. The whole process didn't even take more than 10 minutes. Moreover, most of the time was spent on drawing. It was too easy. Senior sister, Yulia, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, on the way up the mountain, she saw a lot of corpses of stickmen. In fact, These 2 checkpoints weren't simple at all. After all, each person only had one chance to answer the questions. Who did the fairies on the godly mountain like the most? In senior sister Yulia's opinion, there was no standard answer to this kind of subjective question. The traveler heading to the godly mountain might not even be able to answer the first question. But on the other hand, if one could answer the first question correctly, they might be able to pass the second question as well. After all, the person they liked the most and the person they liked the most were bound together. I wonder if the third question will be as simple as this. This time, senior sister Yulia decided not to worship the boss's portrait. Instead, she put it in her pocket. Perhaps she could use it? In short, if he couldn't solve a problem, he would sacrifice the boss. Winter Kingdom, Ice Palace, Palace of Ice. The Empress seemed to be taking a nap on the throne, but the air pressure in the Palace of Ice suddenly dropped, and the Empress slowly opened her eyes. Your Majesty, what has alarmed you? Is it Balaam? The Empress looked below the throne. There was a kneeling figure in the middle of the hall. It's been too long. About half a day. Balaam's president, or rather, the commander of the chilly Winter Kingdom's royal knights, raised his head and replied. The world of one of the pages has begun to be conquered, the Winter Queen suddenly said. Commander Balaam was surprised. Oh, there was actually someone who could conquer the page world? Is it one of the Holy Maiden candidates? Yulia, the Winter Queen said slowly. It's her. Commander Balaam thought for a moment and then shook his head. Even if they discovered something, it's useless for them to conquer the page world. After all, the pages are in your Majesty's hands. No, the Winter Queen said coldly, the page world that this Holy Maiden candidate is in is one that I haven't grasped. Balaam was slightly surprised. It's the core page? No, the Winter Queen shook her head. I haven't found a way to open the core page. This time I've sent many people, but I still can't find the world of the core page. Yulia is in one of the special page worlds that I haven't found a way to open. Then what kind of world is it? Commander Balaam asked solemnly. The Winter Queen said in a low voice, It's a world where I can't find the correct answer. It's a ridiculous world. Perhaps this Holy Maiden candidate will be able to complete this world strategy. Isn't that great? Balaam smiled and said, We haven't been able to find the world of the core pages. Perhaps it's because we haven't been able to complete the mission of the few unique pages. The key to opening the core pages is to gather all the pages. That's what I'm thinking, the Winter Queen said slowly. I didn't expect to be able to open the core page this time. As long as I can complete the invasion of the Holy Light Kingdom, I'll have achieved my goal. Perhaps there will be more surprises for me this time. Luck is on your side, Your Majesty. Commander Balaam knelt and bowed. The Winter Queen said, Balaam, I'm going to project into Yulia's page world. I'll leave the kingdom's affairs to you. I'll leave the princess's affairs to you as well. Remember, you can't kill her or let her go. I need this princess to wait for the birth of this child. The Winter Queen gently stroked her swollen belly. There was a life that was about to be born. At the same time, this page world of the chilly Winter Kingdom was one of the last special page worlds that her main force was attacking. On the stage of the circus, the audience applauded enthusiastically, like waves. Huge fire rings were ignited. The beast tamer with the head of Qingtiandal was waving a whip. On the stage, a toad the size of a lion was passing through the fire rings one after another. The toad was too big. If there was a slight mistake, it would be ignited by the fire. With each success, the audience became more and more excited. What are you looking at? Daphne, get ready. It's our turn soon. Okay. Low. Yes, Mr. J. The young girl, who was called, responded hurriedly. Behind the young girl was a black-haired young man in a white suit, a pure white cloak, and a top hat. He was Mr. J. Mr. J, the magician in the circus, was also the pillar of the entire circus. Every time the circus performed, most of the audience came for this magical magician. Moreover, a large part of the audience was female. Today, as usual, after the beast tamer Mr. Qingtian's performance, Magician Jay would continue to perform. Mr. J's performance was not fixed every time. He would always prepare a new magic show for a new batch of audience. Mr. J's fame, in addition to his superb performance, was also due to this. But I still don't know what I should do next. The young girl couldn't help but ask nervously. The young girl had been in this circus for more than half a month. From being unfamiliar and at a loss, she gradually adapted to it. Now, it was her first time on the stage. The reason was that the young girl couldn't always be a freeloader in the circus. It just so happened that Mr. J needed a newcomer as his assistant tonight. "Just stand there," Mr. J said with a slight smile. This was a smile that the young girl was familiar with. However, the young girl knew that this Mr. J was probably not the Mr. J she knew. As for why it was like this, the young girl still had no clue. The circus was constantly moving forward. If the young girl wanted to follow the circus, she might be able to find the answer. Soon, the beast tamer left with his big toad. Then the lights flickered. The magician and his young girl assistant made a grand appearance. The opening was a few common pigeon magic tricks. The young girl stood on the stage in a daze. The magician, Jay, could always take out the pigeons he needed from the young girl as pocket. The maiden was in a daze the entire time because the maiden had no idea when the pigeons had appeared. Of course, this might not be a novel magic trick. At best, it was just an appetizer. Then let's begin tonight's official performance, the only performance. On the stage, with this sentence, the magician opened his hands, and the pigeons flew from his hands to the audience. Then the magician opened a black umbrella. At the same time, he asked the audience to open their own umbrellas. The umbrellas were prepared by the audience before the performance. When all the audience had opened their umbrellas, the top curtain of the circus slowly opened, revealing the brilliant starry sky. They subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the brilliant night sky. What is this? But soon the audience realized that something seemed to have wet their faces. It was water droplets, or rather, rain. The rain started to fall. This should be artificial rain, so the audience had to prepare their own umbrellas. The sound of a finger snapping was heard, and everyone subconsciously turned to look at the magician on the stage. The magician smiled and said, "Have you seen time stopped? This is what it looks like when time stops." Magician Jay stretched out his hand again and slowly opened his palm. With this scene, the raindrops in the air floated up one by one. Under the illumination of the stage lights, the crystal clear water droplets floated like gemstones. The sky was the Milky Way, the ground was also the Milky Way. The audience was immersed in this dreamlike world, as though they had forgotten the flow of time. On the stage, the young girl's body slowly floated up at this moment. The young girl was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. The young girl, Daphne didn't even know how she suddenly flew up. The young girl flew to the audience and wandered in the stagnant rain. In this dreamlike space, the audience really forgot about time, until the light gradually dissipated and the young girl returned to the stage again. The rain instantly resumed and gradually stopped. The top curtain of the circus also slowly closed. The magician bowed and bowed on the stage, under the fanatical applause. This was obviously another successful performance. The audience began to leave the circus, wondering when they would be able to see such a wonderful performance again. The circus would only play once in a place, and then it would leave. It was its habit. In the middle of the night, the audience had completely left the grassland near the city. The night fog gradually wrapped around the circus. The members of the circus began to pack up. They would always leave at night and appear at night, performing for different people again and again. "What are you thinking about?" Something was thrown to her. The young girl subconsciously caught it and realized it was a can of warm canned coffee. "Thank you," the young girl said softly. "Take it as a return gift for being an assistant tonight. The magician chuckled. Actually, I didn't do anything. I just stood there. The young girl shook her head. But how did you do it? Like magic, it actually stopped the rain? Yes, that's magic. This is my biggest secret. The magician blinked and said solemnly, "This secret can't be known to the living." It was the first time the young girl saw such an expression on Mr. Magician's face. She couldn't help feeling nervous and even swallowed her saliva. Just kidding. The magician suddenly chuckled. Just kidding. It's actually light magic. Light. It's just a technique that uses the flickering of light to deceive people's eyes. The magician shrugged. Of course, I can't tell you the exact details. Otherwise, I won't be able to do the sponsored partnerships. Huh. The young girl stilled and immediately asked, "But why can I fly? Have you forgotten about the pigeons?" The magician smiled. "When I got the pigeons, I secretly put on a special thread. Look, do you see the special buttons on the clothes? After tying the thread, the pigeons will be sent to the stage, and someone will carry you. No wonder I had to change into this before going on stage." The young girl was enlightened. "So it's all a scam." Mr. J said casually, "Magic is a lie that brings happiness and smiles to people. Isn't such a lie good?" "It's quite good." The young girl nodded. "Take a break and get ready to set off." The magician patted the young girl's shoulder lightly. The young girl watched the magician leave completely before retracting her gaze. Daphne couldn't help but laugh at herself. So it's a trick of light. That's right. How can there be magic? Suddenly, there was a slight tremor. The circus tent began to fold, change shape, and then it began to rise and move in the fog. The young girl stared blankly at the 4 huge legs that appeared out of thin air under the tent. Even though it wasn't the first time she saw it, this was actually a circus that could move by itself. So, is there magic or not? Daphne felt that she still didn't understand the circus and Mr. J. In the corridor leading to the treatment room, Lydic had been observing the driver from behind. He actually wanted to take off the Chintian doll headgear and see what the driver looked like. "We're here, Dr. Lydic." Then the driver stopped in front of a heavily guarded door. The door slowly opened and a toad wearing a white robe and glasses appeared in front of Lydic. "This is Dr. Tarmaru, a professional in charge of Songlei and the driver's adaptation work," the Chintian doll driver introduced. "Hello." Lydic opened his mouth. Dr. Tarmaru looked up and said expressionlessly, "I heard you have a way to cure the driver of Songlei." "I can't guarantee. I have to take a look to know." Lydic thought for a while and said. Dr. Tarmaru thought for a while and nodded. "Come in, we already have the best medical equipment here. If you need anything else, we'll try our best to find it for you." Seeing Dr. Tarmaru turn around and then jump forward, Lydic sighed in his heart, "Is this really a toad?" Until he came to the glass wall of the observation room. Lydic's expression was weird. He finally saw the driver of Songlei, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. On the bed, there was a girl wrapped in gauze, with 4 infusion tubes in her hands and feet, and wearing a respirator. "Kate or Lily?" But Lydic couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 2155. However, Lydic Headmaster was a person who had seen the world. Even when the Saint of Freedom City held a banquet, he would still be invited to attend. Even when facing this saint, Principal Headmaster was still able to joke around, let alone when he met Kelly here. Moreover, Kay or Lily was the pilot of Songlei. Moreover, there was Dr. Toad Taramaru who could talk. Moreover, before the treatment, I want to be quiet. Lydic Headmaster's expression didn't change as he looked at those strange gazes. This is my habit. Only by being quiet can I be more focused. Yes, that's true, but I hope it won't take too long. Dr. Tarmar nodded and then asked someone to arrange a separate room for Dr. Lydic Headmaster to calm down. After a while, Dr. Lydic Headmaster appeared in front of everyone again and directly said, "I need a room where I can perform the operation immediately." Also, I don't want any disturbances during the operation, including the surveillance cameras. Hearing this, a group of experts led by Dr. Taramaru immediately objected. Unexpectedly, Dr. Taramaru actually agreed to this request and arranged everything as fast as possible. He even personally turned off the surveillance cameras. In this case, we won't be able to see what he is doing inside. What if this is the person recommended by Headmaster Calvin? Dr. Taramaru said indifferently he only has one request, which is for us to cooperate unconditionally. Otherwise, Calvin won't hand over the original pilot of Tsanglei. This time, facing the 98 messengers is an unprecedented danger. How can he be so stubborn? Dr. Taramaru said indifferently, since you don't agree, do you have a way to break into the pilot's academy? Since you don't, then put away your bureaucratic system. Moreover, the patient is also a student of the academy. Do you think that as the headmaster of the academy, he'll just watch and do nothing and casually send someone to harm her? Ludic Headmaster didn't know what happened outside the door. After confirming that the surveillance cameras were blocked during the operation, he began to prepare. He came to the girl in front of the operation table and carefully looked at her. It was indeed Kay or Lily, at least the face was the same. However, with the example of Huaying, Ludic could not judge whether this Kay or Lily was the one he knew. After taking a deep breath, Ludic removed the oxygen mask from the girl on the operating table. Then he quickly used the scalpel to cut his finger, squeezed out some blood, and smeared it on the girl's lips. Not long after, the eyelids of the girl, who was in a deep coma, moved slightly, but it seemed that she couldn't open them. Ludic quickly whispered into the girl's ear, "Don't force yourself to speak. I know you can at least hear what I'm saying. Later, I'll give you a hint. Remember to bite down. But don't bite too hard, because I'm really afraid of pain." After saying that, Ludic Headmaster gritted his teeth and resolutely put his finger into the girl's mouth. "Come on. I hope the cost and the gain can be proportional. Hey, I told you don't bite too hard." The headmaster's face became extremely pale, and even his forehead was full of sweat, and he suddenly knelt in front of the operation table. At the same time, the various life signs of the girl were increasing at an incredible speed toward the index of a normal person. "Run!" In front of the operation table, the girl suddenly sat up, and there was a horrified expression on her face. "Run! I'm here." But the girl quickly realized that this was not the cockpit of Tsanglei, and there was no terrifying impact of the 98th time in front of her. Moreover, there were not many injuries on her body. Except that she felt a little weak, she didn't feel bad at all. Mr. Headmaster. But after finding a man lying on the ground, the girl was startled at first, and then she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "It seems the income this time is better than expected." Ludic Headmaster got up weakly at this time. "So, you're really Kay or Lily and not someone similar?" "Sure enough, that old bastard Calvin already knew about you." In the operation room, Ludic Headmaster shook his head. "No wonder he asked me to come here to save someone. It turns out that the person he wants to save is you." Kay or Lily moved her hands and feet at this time. "I should have been seriously injured. But how come all of a sudden? I remember that Headmaster seemed to have told me before. It's a secret." Ludic Headmaster blinked. "It's a secret." Kay or Lily nodded thoughtfully and then said, "But what if the people outside ask about it?" "It's good that you don't know." Ludic Headmaster smiled. "Just think of it as giving me something to negotiate or to scare people." The little maid in the mansion nodded again, not fully understanding. "Then let's talk about you. How did you come to this world? And how did you become the pilot of Tsanglei?" This matter had to be explained before the Holy Maiden ceremony. That afternoon, a maid in the mansion picked up a ball of paper that had been thrown in through the window. It said that if Mr. Arthashes wanted to be safe, he had to go to the Holy Maiden event venue alone. But not long after he arrived at the ceremony, he encountered a murder case on the stage, and then not long after, the venue was swallowed by black mud. When I woke up, I was already here, and my identity was changed to that of a pilot. Lily looked terrified. This was the 97th emissary, and it was my first battle. I didn't expect to be able to destroy it. What I didn't expect was that the 98th emissary appeared one after another. Maybe I'm just too unlucky. No follow-up? Ludic Headmaster suddenly frowned. What follow-up? Lily was surprised. Ludic Headmaster said directly, the guy who told you to go to the Holy Maiden ceremony. Didn't he tell you anything after you entered the venue? What did he tell you to do? Lily shook her head. After entering the venue, I started to look around. I didn't know what to find, so I just walked around until I saw the black mud. So, the mysterious guy who told you to come here didn't expect the black mud to appear? Ludic Headmaster said, or this person's original plan was interrupted, or maybe he told you to come here because of the black mud. By the way, when did you and Old Man Calvin meet? Lily said, I saw Scholar Calvin on the school's broadcast, so I tried to find him. In the end, I really found him. Scholar Calvin told me to get used to my current identity first, and he was also looking for a way to leave. That old man told me the same thing. Ludic Headmaster thought for a while. Then, we are now strangers in the same situation. By the way, Lily, can you still pray? I can't open the destiny system. Lily shook her head. And I don't know why, but ordinary prayers are accompanied by a strong headache. Principal, can you? I haven't tried yet. I'll try later. Ludic Headmaster shook his head and immediately said, Lily, let me ask you something. When you were in Sanlai, did you see the appearance of the messenger that appeared after the 98th impact? Yes, I saw it. Lily's expression couldn't help but freeze. Is it that person? Ludic Headmaster stared into Lily's eyes and asked, You should know better than me after all. He is a resident of your residence. I don't know. Lily said hesitantly. It really looks like Mr. Luo, but it doesn't feel like it. Mr. Luo gives people a different feeling. You can't be sure. Ludic Headmaster nodded. Sure enough, the information I can grasp now is still too little. But I just came here, and these things don't seem to be rushed. Well, don't be so energetic. Try to make yourself look weaker. It's good for you. Lily nodded obediently, because the principal was actually a trustworthy person. Not only because it was Mr. Assake's, Principal Ludic Headmaster, and Scholar Calvin who found her dying in the snow, but also because Mr. Assake's once said that Ludic Headmaster was the most trustworthy person in a desperate situation. Principal, are you leaving? Lily felt Ludic Headmaster's plan. I can't stay here forever. Ludic Headmaster shrugged and said, Besides, my mission to save you has been completed. Now it's time to let Calvin fulfill his promise. I'll come to you again. Be careful. In the quiet town, after the sunset, the street lights were lit up. In a small room that was enough for 2 people to live in, Boss Luo was busy in the kitchen. Although his skills were not as good as Miss Maid's, he had been trained since he was young. Occasionally, he would even make unique dishes that Miss Maid could not make. It was like adding magic to the dishes. It's like adding magic! At this time, the girl was quietly opening the door of the room. She looked at the back of the half-open kitchen at home in disbelief and unconsciously swallowed her saliva. Dinner will be ready soon, Boss Luo suddenly said. Luoya, can you help to clean the table? She never went out of the room to eat breakfast. It was not like he did not know. Why did he ask her to clean the table? She did not want to walk out of the room so easily. We are going to eat hot pot tonight. It may not be so convenient in the room. Boss Luo suddenly said, If you care, I can go for a walk and come back later. Damn it, he actually used this trick. But if it was hot pot, it was still no need. The girl pushed open the door and walked out shyly. Boss Luo looked at her with interest, but found that the girl was wearing a half-fox mask. only her mouth was exposed. Boss Luo did not care. He smiled and said, "Wipe the table first. It will be ready soon." Okay, it was a very, very soft sound of response. The girl had already started to take a rag and walked around the table. Boss Luo said again, "Today, your head teacher came to find me. He told me that you want to withdraw from school." Hearing this, the girl froze, then threw the rag on the table and was about to run into the room. But Boss Luo said, "Have you thought about what you want to do after you withdraw from school?" The girl, who was rushing forward, couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She turned around in surprise. He didn't seem to be angry. No. This was just the calm before the storm. In any case, no matter what I want to do, you won't agree to it, right? The girl averted her gaze. "There's no point in asking this, right? If I were your brother," Luo Chiu said softly, "no matter what you want, I think I will agree." "What did you say?" The girl was in disbelief. At this time, Boss Luo came out with a hot pot and smiled. "It's time to eat." Crayon Kingdom, Godly Mountain, Lake. After the giant and the toad, Senior Yulia saw a guy wearing a white robe with the head of a teru bozu on his head. She had completely adapted to it. "I'm the guardian of the 3rd level, the spirit of the lake, Qingtian elf. I didn't expect someone to reach the 3rd level. Brave traveler, are you ready to accept the 3rd level? Ask away." Yulia nodded and was ready to take out the boss's hand-drawn portrait again. The Qingtian elf said with a serious expression, "Please tell me the 10 advantages of the Godly Mountain Fairy." Yulia blinked and withdrew the boss's portrait that she was about to take out. It seemed useless even if she took out the boss's portrait. Smart? Yulia thought for a while and said one tentatively, "Correct." The Qingtian elf still looked serious. 9 more. Continue. Obedient. Cute. Kind. Cheerful. Correct. Yulia suddenly stopped. After blinking, she continued, "Sexy." Correct. Big eyes. Correct. Hardworking and thrifty. Correct. Light body and soft body. What are these advantages? In the end, the Qingtian elf froze and said in confusion. However, they seem correct. Pass. F***CK. Is the 3rd level so easy? However, looking at the passage that led to the higher part of the Godly Mountain, Yulia calmed down and walked up. At the foot of the sacred mountain, a figure slowly walked out. It did not look like a matchstick figure, but at least it was a colorful crayon drawing. The person looked up at the sacred mountain where the clouds were gradually dispersing and seemed to be hesitant as he muttered to himself. "Passed the 3rd test? So fast. What's going on?" Suddenly the figure chuckled. It seems that this special page might appear this time. At this moment, the earth began to shake and a towering giant appeared instantly. But before she could finish, the figure said, "I'm not going up the mountain." What a joke! In this special page, even though she had mastered most of the pages of the Book of Gaia, she still couldn't defeat the giant guarding the level. She couldn't even block a single attack. The giant was silent. The giant disappeared. The person who came slowly let out a sigh of relief. She knew the dangers of this page. #####PS Happy New Year's Day. Chapter 2156. At dawn, Daphne woke up due to a rapid vibration. Even though it had been more than half a month, Daphne still couldn't get used to Mr. J.'s moving circus. The circus stopped moving, which meant that they had arrived at a brand new place. There would be 2 days before the performance began. One part was for the members to prepare for the performance, and the other part was for the members to rest and relax. They could go out. I'm going to have a good time this time. I like this seaside town. The girls must be very enthusiastic. When Daphne, who was neatly dressed, walked out of the room, she could already see the circus members discussing going out. Daphne didn't intend to join in the fun, even though the circus members had begun to accept this shy little girl and extended an invitation. Why? It's rare for you to come to the seaside. Don't you plan to play? The next time you have to be close to the seaside may be a long time later. Mr. J. Daphne called out politely and asked curiously, why does the circus always go to other places? Perhaps the frequency doesn't need to be so high? The novelty of people will soon pass. Jay said casually, magic has been deciphered ever since it was developed. From the beginning, it was a mysterious performance method, but later, once the principle is understood, people will quickly lose interest. In fact, it's not just magic. It's the same for other types of performances. Perhaps only children would never get tired of it. Daphne opened her mouth. After a while, she said coldly, Mr. Magic, will it be difficult to learn? You want to learn? Daphne nodded. I always feel that I can't stay in the circus, doing nothing. Everyone has something they are good at. Jay thought for a while and said, if you really want to learn, I can teach you. Really? Daphne was quite happy, but she soon hesitated. Then, what do I need to do? What do you want to do? Jay smiled and said, I will teach you, you learn. Learning is probably the only thing you have to do. Daphne said, but generally speaking, you won't agree so quickly, right? If imparting knowledge required setting up many conditions, I think human civilization would have probably been at a standstill. That makes sense, Daphne said subconsciously. This is what my teacher said. Jay smiled and said, I'm just using it. Of course, if he's a bad guy, I won't consider teaching him. Mr. Jay's teacher is... She died in an accident during a magic show. Jay said calmly she died on her favorite stage. So sorry. Mr. Jay was looking at the seaside in the distance. Under the rising sun, there was a golden flash. He stared blankly and murmured, Say, in this world, is there a kind of magic that can resurrect the dead? That's probably at the level of magic, right? Daphne subconsciously said, That's right. It's already at the level of magic. Mr. J nodded and immediately sighed. It's a pity that there is no magic in this world, only magic. Daphne opened her mouth and instinctively glanced at the circus tent behind her. Without magic, how do you move this circus? But Mr. J obviously didn't want to continue this topic. He looked at Daphne and said, If you want to learn magic, hand speed is very important. You must make the speed of your hands faster than the speed of the human eye. Mr. J said seriously, You should train your hand speed, no matter what method you use. Train hand speed. After nightfall, God Bless City was abnormally quiet. So quiet that Mr. Asakes felt that it was abnormally ear-piercing even when he casually knocked on the iron bars in the detention room. But even so, the guards didn't respond. Is there anyone? If there's no one, I'm going to break out. I'm really going to break out. I'm going overboard. Still, there was no response. Arthashis took a deep breath and grabbed onto a railing with both hands. The muscles on his arms bulged, and the iron railing gradually bent. The corridor outside the detention room was empty. Mr. Asakes even easily destroyed a few doors and escaped from this facility. The entire God Bless City was built on a mountain. The headquarters of the Holy See was on the top of the mountain. God Bless City was not only abnormally quiet, but also extremely dark. There were only a few places in the city below the mountain that were lit. According to Isabel's information, God Bless City would welcome a terrifying enemy. They had already evacuated the people since yesterday. At this moment, a figure was rapidly approaching Mr. Arthashis. Asakes, you really succeeded in escaping. Isabel, what's the situation here? Mr. Asakes quickly asked. Not very good. Isabel shook her head. In the evening, Du personally sent me to the airship to wait for the ship. The airship was full of people. Then, when they weren't paying attention, I sneaked down quietly. When I came back, I saw that the people of the Holy See seemed to have gathered at the square. They should be preparing to mobilize and fight. In other words, there aren't many people in the Holy See now. Mr. Assakes was deep in thought. Why are you asking this? Isabel couldn't help but frown as if she had noticed something. Do you have something to do? There's something that has been bothering me. What is it? Do you remember that I said that I came to this world before you, more than half a year ago? Mr. Assakes quickly said. Isabel nodded. After you were infected, you were trapped in the vampire's castle. Mr. Assakes said that's right. Although I was trapped for half a year, I still had some space to move around in the castle. Because I was too bored, I basically searched all the places in the vampire's castle that I could enter. Among them, I found quite a number of books. Books? There's not much time left. Mr. Assakes suddenly looked at the night sky and saw the dark clouds pressing down. It seems like something is approaching. Come, let's go inside the Holy See first. We'll talk as we walk. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Isabel seemed to have no choice but to agree. Follow the spirits. Follow the spirits. Follow. The nightmarish voice kept whispering in her ears. Sister Celine woke up with a start once again. She was currently working in an orphanage, and her identity was a new employee who had just moved in for less than 2 weeks. Orphanage. Welfare Institute. In Sister Celine's opinion, this didn't seem to be much different from her previous life. She didn't even take long to adapt to it. She was even praised by the orphanage's director, who said that she was very talented in this area. She couldn't differentiate between the orphanage and the Welfare Institute. This felt like a dream. In the dream, she was in a place called Freedom City, taking care of a group of children who couldn't gather their faith and hid in the corners of the city. However, this place also had her complete life. She could even clearly recall her memories of her parents, friends, childhood, learning, and so on. However, the Freedom City in the dream was getting more and more blurry. She couldn't even remember the faces of those children. She couldn't remember the name of the child who always wore red clothes and a big hat and liked to jump around. Kelly? Ms. Celine, I'm here. A slightly low female voice suddenly sounded in Celine's ears. It was the head caretaker of the orphanage. She had been serving the orphanage for 15 years. She heard that she was an orphan who grew up in the orphanage. Because she couldn't find a suitable adoptive family, she joined the orphanage and became an employee. Hello, Ms. Shala. How can I help you? Celine asked with slight respect. The head caretaker named Shala said, Ms. Celine, have you seen Lilia? Lilia? Celine was stunned and quickly searched her memory. Is it the child who always likes to hold an orange-toed doll? That's her. Ms. Shala nodded. After lunch, I don't know where she went. I've been looking for her for a long time. Hearing this, Celia hurriedly put down the work at hand and wiped her hands on her apron. She said anxiously, That's not good. That child is still so young. If we can't find him, we don't know what will happen to him. Ms. Shala, let me go with you to find her. That's the only way. Ms. Shala shook her head and said, This child is probably just throwing a tantrum and hiding. Throwing a tantrum. Celine was stunned. Ms. Shala smiled and said, Oh, you don't know yet. Lilia has found a suitable adoptive family, and that family has agreed. They will come in 2 days. Is this a good thing? She probably can't bear to part with her brother. Ms. Shala sighed and said they grew up together. I'm afraid the little girl won't be able to accept it if they suddenly separate. However, this opportunity is too rare. Let's find Lilia first, Celine said after thinking for a while. They decided to search separately. Ms. Shala continued to search in the orphanage's mansion, while Celine went to look in the field outside the orphanage. This was a large-scale orphanage that housed hundreds of children. A large area of land was enclosed, creating a paradise-like environment for the children. It was said that a world-class, rich man funded the construction. In fact, Celine even felt that these children who had lost their families might be better off growing up here. Unknowingly, Selin had found the edge of the orphanage. She was blocked in front of a white wall that was nearly 4 meters high. There was even an electric fence on the top of the wall, and there were many surveillance cameras around. Selin was a little scared and stepped back, although she knew that there was an electric fence on the wall, as well as the existence of the surveillance cameras. It was still a little unsettling. It seems that she didn't come here. Otherwise, the surveillance cameras would have discovered her long ago. Selin shook her head and stepped back a few more steps. Then she turned and left. It was almost dark, and there was still no news from Ms. Shala. At night, a child staying in the wild would be in danger. Selin's face was full of worry, and she couldn't help but become more serious. Maybe I should ask Lydia's brother. Selin had an idea. Maybe I can find out where Lydia usually hides if she hides. Selin immediately contacted Ms. Shala, but she was told that Lydia's brother couldn't be found now. The 2 children might have hidden themselves. Now, the caretakers of the orphanage had started to search under the instructions of the director. Lydia, can you hear my voice? Lydia. Selin chose another path to return to the dormitory in the park, hoping to get some luck. She hadn't been working for long, and the park was too big. She didn't even go deep into some places, and she felt unfamiliar. In the forest, there was a building with lights shining out. Selin subconsciously walked closer to take a look. It turns out that there's a church here. Selin looked at the small church in surprise, but it seemed that no one had walked around for some time. The lights in front of the church flickered occasionally, and the surroundings seemed unusually lonely. Selin had a strong sense of familiarity with the church. In that dream, she would often be in the church and pray devoutly. Lydia, are you inside? Selin slowly opened the door of the church. It was brighter inside. Selin subconsciously walked in and soon arrived in front of the podium. There was no statue of anyone here. Selin was a little surprised, but she quickly knelt down in front of the platform, skillfully. How was prayer done? She found that this kind of thing seemed to be innate. It was so familiar and so natural. She slowly closed her eyes and subconsciously said, "Saint, please protect those 2 children. Right now, they must be suffering from the torment of hesitation." A ray of light suddenly appeared in front of Selin, and it was so dazzling that she couldn't open her eyes. She saw that something seemed to be condensing on the platform. It condensed into a figure. At the same time, a slightly childish voice sounded in Selin's ears. In this kind of place, praying to the saint is probably useless, but it's a good thing to have faith. The light figure gradually became clear. A boy in a loose white robe was sitting casually on the platform, looking at her with a faint smile. Selin subconsciously blurted out, "I'm a Tatro." The boy on the platform chuckled. "Not bad, you can still remember my name." Selin subconsciously covered her mouth and said in disbelief, How do I know your name? No, isn't that a dream? But who am I? Where is this place?" The boy on the platform jumped down and said calmly, "It's okay if you can't remember. I'll help you remember. After all, I borrowed your eyes to come here. I should at least give you something in return." As he said that, Selin's gaze suddenly froze because she saw the illusion of a 36-winged angel behind the boy. Chapter 2157. Just like a hug, the 36-winged angel slowly flew toward Selin and passed through her body. A white feather fluttered in the church and then gradually disappeared. Finally, only one feather was left, and it slowly fell. A small hand grabbed the feather. It was the little boy in front of her, Medanzo. "Do you remember now?" Selin was stunned at first, and then fell silent for a moment. She nodded in fear. "How did you—" "I told you before, it's because I borrowed your eyes." Medanzo played with the feather in his hand. "Basically, I won't appear. However, this place is a little special. Even if there are only thoughts left, different thoughts will be treated as independent individuals." "You borrowed my eyes?" Selin subconsciously touched her eyes. Medanzo shook his head and said, It's just a metaphor. I didn't really do anything to your eyes. Celine nodded as if she understood. Then she seemed to have recalled something. Is it when we were in that place in the interlayer of consciousness? Indeed, it was at that time. Medanzo nodded. However, it's not enough to just do it through you. I need another medium to do it. Of course, the situation at that time was that both conditions were fulfilled. Celine thought for a moment and said, I just remember that, at that time, Grand Scholar Calvin seemed to have something that stabbed me in the back. Oh, right, before he left he gave me something. Could it be? Didn't you open it to see what it was? Medanzo asked curiously. Sister Celine shook her head. I don't want to be troublesome. It's best not to know. Besides, Grand Scholar Calvin also said that I shouldn't open it unless I have no other choice. You're very obedient. Medanzo chuckled. You were also like that at that time. I told you not to look at those eyes, but you really resisted. Sister Celine said self-deprecatingly, I'm probably only left with this bit of stupidity. Stupidity? No, in my opinion. Medanzo suddenly jumped in front of Celine. Perhaps you are the most suitable one. What? Medanzo shook her head. Nothing. Besides, it's not something we should be thinking about right now. For the current you, the most important thing is to figure out how to get out of here. You mean, to leave the orphanage? Sister Celine asked subconsciously. If I can't leave this world, it's useless even if I leave this orphanage. Medanzo shook her head. On the contrary, only by staying here will you be able to find the key to leaving this place. After all, this is the center of the world. What does this mean? Have you ever played with building blocks? Sister Celine nodded. Medanzo said, no matter what you build with blocks, it will always expand outwards from the first block. It was the same in this world. The orphanage was expanding outwards. Moreover, this is the effect of a very advanced power. You should feel lucky to be able to experience this power that even the gods would be amazed by. Sister Celine shook her head, indicating that she did not understand. Medanzo did not mind. It's okay if you don't understand. You just need to know that the center of the world is here. This is a starting point and also a breakthrough point. How are we going to find this breakthrough point? Sister Celine still understood what he was trying to say. First, we need to find out the truth of this orphanage. Medanzo smiled and said, come on. This should be a rare adventure for me. After all, I don't have many opportunities like this. As she said, Medanzo, who was wearing a white robe, changed into a checkered windbreaker. The feather in his hand turned into a pipe. She felt that it was not a good thing for a child to smoke a pipe, although Sister Celine knew that the pipe was probably just an ornament. Where are we going now? To investigate. Investigate what? Of course, it's about the missing siblings. Medanzo said matter-of-factly, since the center of the world is in this orphanage, anything unusual that happens here may cause the entire world to change. Sister Celine shook her head. She still found it hard to understand. However, the two missing children had to be found. It had nothing to do with whether she was really a caretaker of this orphanage or not. What mattered was that she had lived in this place with these children for a period of time. She had really considered herself a part of this place. All the caretakers in the park have been dispatched. However, they have not found them yet. Sister Celine sighed. This means that you're looking in the wrong direction. What do you mean? Medanzo said with the pipe in his mouth. As you can see, there are surveillance cameras everywhere in this park. With so many surveillance devices, not to mention two children, even adults will be exposed if they deliberately hide for a long time. You mean, Littleya and the others are in a place that cannot be monitored by surveillance cameras? This is a direction worth trying. Medanzo said, think about it. Which place in the park does not have such surveillance devices? Sister Celine thought for a while and said, I haven't been here for long. There are some places that I haven't been to. For example, the church just now was my first time there. However, logically speaking, the places outside the dormitory area should be filled with surveillance cameras. As far as I know, the places without surveillance cameras are usually the staff, dormitory rooms, offices, and the like. There are also the children's rooms and bathhouses. This discovery is not bad. I'll immediately inform head nurse Sarah and ask everyone to focus on these places. However, Madanzo stopped Sister Celine and said, "Don't be in a hurry to inform them." Sister Celine was puzzled. "Why?" Madanzo narrowed her eyes and said, "Don't you think that as an orphanage, the management of this place is too strict? That's just too harsh." As she said that, Madanzo pointed ahead with the smoking pipe in her hand. Sister Celine was startled. She subconsciously looked ahead. In front of her, there was a surveillance camera hidden in the crown of a big tree. If not for Madanzo's guidance, it would have been very difficult for her to discover the existence of the surveillance camera. Looking at the slowly moving camera, Sister Celine subconsciously hid behind a nearby tree trunk. She was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. "Why did you hide?" Madanzo asked indifferently. "As a caregiver of the park, you have not done anything wrong." "Why did you hide?" "Because—" Sister Celine instinctively wanted to say something. However, she soon realized that Madanzo was right. Because she had not done anything wrong and was an official caregiver of the park. She should have nothing to be afraid of. But why did she subconsciously hide? Because you are instinctively afraid. Madanzo looked into Sister Celine's eyes and said, "You are afraid because you are subconsciously resisting this kind of spying. Your body and your instincts are telling you that you hate being monitored like this. Since even an adult would feel uncomfortable, what more a child who is more sensitive?" Sister Celine was silent. She had already realized this problem. As an orphanage, a place where children could grow up peacefully. For example, the orphanage that she helped Mr. Arthashis take care of. She would think of ways to make the orphanage appear more warm and cozy, like a big family. She would never make it appear so high-pressured. What should we do?" Sister Celine asked with a trace of unease. Madanzo thought for a moment and said, "It is very easy for us to cover up for another person when we are still children." "You mean?" Sister Celine sensed something. "Driver Academy." Mr. Ludick, without permission, you are temporarily not allowed to enter." "Mr. Ludick." "Hey!" The secretary hurriedly tried to stop him, but the door to Principal Calvin's office was still pushed open. In the office, Principal Calvin was immersed in his work. When he heard the noise, he did not raise his head and said, "It's all right. You can go out first," and let him in. The secretary had no choice but to nod and close the office door again. Ludick tidied up his wrinkled clothes and said with interest, "In the past, it was always others who wanted to see me and were stopped by Laval. But I did not expect that there would be a day when I was stopped, and it was in the school. What an unforgettable day. Are you going to tell me, Teacher Calvin?" The treatment center left a message for me. Scholar Calvin stopped his work and they said that the treatment effect is very good, very successful, and very incredible. Ludick shrugged and directly pulled out a chair in front of the office desk and sat down. "Since you chose me to save people, you should have thought of the consequences. So, why didn't you tell me in advance that the driver of Song Thunder is that child? If I had told you, would you not have gone?" Scholar Calvin asked back. Ludick sneered and said, "Well, no matter if you had told me or not, based on my relationship with that child, I would have gone in the end. However, what I didn't expect was that we were the ones who found Kalili together and saved her from the snow. Among the three of us, Asakes had been taking care of her, and I would go to see her from time to time. But only you would think of using such a child. Kay or Lily's identity as the driver was not given by me. When she came here, she was already the driver," Scholar Calvin said calmly. "But you clearly knew that it was an extremely dangerous thing to let her drive Song Thunder to fight against the emissary." Ludick's voice gradually deepened. "If I did not come here, if I did not have that kind of ability, if I could not save Kay or Lily, do you know what the result would be? Teacher, are you really going to leave it like this? If you don't film it, will Arthas hate you? That guy, if he really hates someone, he will hate you for the rest of his life. Before this, there were no signs. Scholar Calvin was silent for a while, then he sighed and said, I did not think that there would be 2 attacks in a row. Before the battle, the defense force had already done battle simulation, and the winning rate was basically maintained above 90%. Ludic said calmly, I thought that the teacher Calvin I knew was the kind of person who would not say such irresponsible words. Scholar Calvin was still calm, and he did not say a word to Ludic. After looking at each other for a while, he slowly said, Are you done venting your emotions? If you are done venting, let's talk about business. Ludic shrugged and smiled slightly. I like to talk about cooperation with the old fox the most. But before we start, teacher, shouldn't you fulfill your promise and tell me everything about the protagonist? Calvin thought for a moment and said, The Book of Gaia is a huge, independent, and complicated world group made up of many pages of stories. It is a book that is composed of many pages of stories. Although the story world of each page is different, there are similarities. Protagonist? Ludic asked subconsciously. Scholar Calvin nodded and said, Yes, the story world is different, but the protagonist of the story is the same. Ludic thought for a while and said, But how do we leave through this protagonist? Scholar Calvin said, Not through the protagonist, but through the protagonist to get the page. The page is equivalent to the base of the whole world. Mastering the page is equivalent to mastering all the changes in the world. It is equivalent to being the supreme god of the corresponding page world. Control the whole world. Ludic frowned. It sounds good, but the point is, since you said that the Book of Gaia is a world group composed of a large number of pages, what's the use of mastering just one page? I remember you said that Kerrigan has mastered most of the pages. As long as Kerrigan has not found the core page and completely controlled the Book of Gaia, no matter how many pages we have, it will only increase the number of pages. Scholar Calvin said slowly, In this case, if we only have one page in our hands, we are essentially in the same position. Not only can we keep Kerrigan out, but we also have the qualifications to find the core page. Ludic thought for a while. So, Kerrigan will also come here? She may not be here now. Scholar Calvin said, But as far as I know, Kerrigan opened the Book of Gaia this time and sent the people in the venue into the page worlds. They are probably the worlds where the pages have not been found. Perhaps the moment we find the pages of this world, she will appear as the Reaper. But even so, we have to continue. Ludic suddenly narrowed his eyes. Teacher, you plan to use the power of this world, to use those huge fighting machines to fight against the outer gods? Chapter 2158. That's why your attitude is so tough. You let Kay or Lily sit in the driver's seat of the Blue Thunder. Your purpose is to make the Blue Thunder into a power that you can control. You are really ruthless, Mr. Calvin. Will you be like this too? After a moment of silence, Ludic said with an expressionless face, But looking at the situation now, even if you can achieve your purpose, I'm afraid that the 98th impact will not be easy to overcome. Although I have cured Kay or Lily, it will take more than a day or 2 to repair such a huge machine, right? Currently, there are already 2 God Eater on the way. Their pilots will arrive before midnight. Scholar Calvin said seriously, As for the Academy, there is actually a backup model. After it is adjusted, it can also be deployed. The God Eater was the general name of a battle machine like the Blue Thunder. The God Eater was a huge monster called the Messengers. However, they were called the gods and hunted. Ludic felt that this was a kind of defilement of the gods. From this point, he could roughly see the main idea of this world. He did not find the existence of faith in this pilot school. After a moment of silence, Ludic asked again, Then, how should we find the protagonist of this page world? Any event that can cause unusual changes in the page world must have a protagonist at the center of the event, or a clue that is closely related to the protagonist, Calvin said quickly. Ludick said, in that case, the consecutive shocks this time are abnormal events. The guy who descended after the 98th shock 0? Calvin said solemnly, in fact, regarding Fo. I once saw an identical one in another page world. Ludick instantly narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Teacher, you didn't just see the same thing in the page world. You should have seen it in other places, right? In the venue of the Holy Maiden ceremony, as a judge, Scholar Calvin must have seen the young judge sitting next to Isabel. However, Scholar Calvin frowned at this time. Elsewhere? Where? I don't understand. There was no need for him to lie about such matters. In fact, as far as Ludick knew, Calvin was the type of person who would never lie because of the nature of his beliefs. At most, he would choose not to say certain things to create a misleading illusion. However, it was impossible that he did not notice it. After all, there were only 10 judges. In other words, even among the 10 judges, Mr. Calvin did not see it? This was not normal. It was not a chat group on the internet, where people could block each other. However, the guest with the surname Luo was clearly next to Isabel at that time. Although their interaction was not loud, Isabel herself was a conspicuous person. Ludick was also sitting next to Scholar Calvin at that time and had been paying attention to his actions. He remembered that his teacher had looked in Isabel's direction twice because of some of Isabel's outrageous remarks. Although Ludick's thoughts were intense, he casually shrugged at this time. For a guy like him who could multitask, it was difficult for others to see through his thoughts. It seems that teacher did not hide it this time. He said so. Scholar Calvin shook his head and sighed. It seems that my trustworthiness in your heart has dropped to a dangerous level. Still the same question. Ludick said indifferently, as a great scholar in the Free City, why do you know this? I'm afraid that this is not the first time you have entered the Book of Gaia, right? At this time, Scholar Calvin took out a document from the drawer. I want you to go and meet this child. He knew that he would not answer this question so easily, so he picked up the document and flipped through it. This child is one of the reserve pilots of Tsang Lei. Scholar Calvin said, the previous pilot was seriously injured after the 96th impact. According to the sequence, this child should be the one to fight the 97th impact. But you replaced her as K. Air Lily. Ludick frowned. Soon after, he thought of something and said, in other words, the one who should have faced 2 consecutive attacks should have been this child? The center of any unusual event may be related to the protagonist of the world. So it should be this child. In fact, this child happens to be a student in the class you are in charge of. Scholar Calvin said, you are very suitable. Ludick did not say anything, but carefully looked at the document in his hand. Aya, Tsang Lei Reserve Pilot, 14 years old, no family, Crayon Kingdom, Sacred Mountain. Yulia was still climbing the mountain with difficulty. There was a long way to go before the 3rd level, but so far the guards of the 4th level had not shown any signs of appearing. What was interesting or strange was that even after climbing the mountain for such a long time, Yulia felt that the distance between her and the top of the mountain had not changed. When she left the 3rd level, she looked at the top of the sacred mountain, and now it was the same. The first 3 levels were not difficult, but they were easy. Well, I guess I snuck in. Yulia could not help but fall into contemplation. If it was because she sacrificed the boss's portrait and used the boss's indescribable power to sneak in, then it was also possible that because she did not follow the correct answer, it led to a situation that would not appear in the final test. It was not that there was no way to solve the situation, and it was quite simple and violent. If Yu Yi Sen finds out, I will say that I have been secretly in love with the boss all this time. But will I be beaten to death? Yulia began to paint, on the stones on the road, on the tree trunks, and even on the ground. she began to paint Boss Luo's portrait on all the flat places that she could see. She firmly believed that the boss's portrait had godly power. As long as she said a few words while she was painting, she should be able to trigger the 4th level of the sacred mountain through the boss's indescribable power. She decided to give it a try. In any case, she could not turn back now. After a series of fierce strokes, Yulia wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had painted at least 100 portraits in one go, right? She turned around to look at her masterpiece and was shocked to the point where she broke out in a cold sweat, because at this moment more than half of her paintings were gone. Did someone secretly erase these paintings? Yulia froze for a moment and quickly counted the remaining paintings. Then she turned around and pretended to paint again. Soon, she quietly turned her head again and saw that the painting on a rock not too far away had disappeared as expected. What happened? Yulia remained silent for a while. This time she didn't move. Instead, she found a tree and leaned against it. Then she closed her eyes as if she was tired and wanted to rest. After a while, Yulia yawned, stood up and stretched her body. Then she looked around with an alarmed expression. Then she became even more alarmed and looked as if she was about to cry. Oh no, oh no. What happened? Why did the paintings disappear? What should I do? Could it be that a ghost will appear? I'm afraid of ghosts the most. Whenever I see a ghost, I feel dizzy and vomit white foam. I also feel itchy all over and want to come out of the water. Please don't let the ghost come out. I'm very scared. I beg you. Yulia earnestly bowed in all directions. Then she picked up the crayon again and lay on the ground to continue painting. Just as she was about to finish painting, something gently patted her shoulder. Yulia's body suddenly trembled. Then she stiffly twisted her neck and looked at the place where her shoulder had been patted. However, she didn't see anything. Yulia became even more scared and even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I beg you, I'm very timid. Don't scare me. I beg you. At this time, her other shoulder was patted by something again. This time, Yulia's body stiffened even more. Slowly, she moved her gaze to the other side. In an instant, a pale face with 2 eye sockets and a mouth appeared in front of senior sister. Yulia! At such a close distance. Ah! Yulia! Suddenly screamed. Yulia immediately rushed forward. Yulia directly pushed the ghost to the ground. I can't catch you. Yulia sneered and directly knelt on top of the ghost. What is this? Bedsheet. However, what was sitting on top of her wasn't a ghost at all. It was just a guy with a white bedsheet with a few holes poked into it to act as its eyes and mouth. Moreover, it was the kind that was relatively petite. She instantly tore the bedsheet apart and saw that the person lying on top of her was actually a girl with a soft body, a young girl. At this time, the young girl's face was slightly red due to fear. Tears seemed to be welling up in her eyes, and she lightly bit her lips as if she was going to cry at any time. This wasn't important. The important thing was, the style isn't right. Yulia instantly shuddered. In this crayon kingdom, the villagers had the style of matchstick figures. Duo Heir and Shaman, who didn't survive, also had the style of matchstick figures. She, on the other hand, had a slightly better style. Her style was more like a full crayon drawing style. The guards of the 3 checkpoints on the road also had the same style. However, this young girl's style was very realistic. Yulia exclaimed in a low voice, "You're the fairy from the godly mountain." At this time, she saw something rushing toward her. It was a little blue bird. The little blue bird rushed to Yulia's head and crazily pecked at it, causing Yulia to feel as if her head was being pricked by needles, and she couldn't stop crying. What happened to the promised immunity to physical attacks? Senior sister, Yulia, had already fallen to the ground. Although it wasn't to the extent that her head was bleeding, there were many bumps on her head. She even almost bit her own tongue. At this time, The young girl had already put on the bedsheet and was about to slip away. At this time, Yulia hurriedly said, "Wait, don't go. Otherwise, I'll use the person you like the most to draw, our 18." Hearing this, the young girl who was running away suddenly stopped. At this time, the young girl slowly turned around and said, "Little Blue, peck this bad guy to death." "Damn, is she that hateful?" Instantly, Yulia screamed again. The female lead is you." Little Blue directly hit Yulia's forehead. Its sharp beak even nailed Yulia between her eyebrows. On the godly mountain, inside the palace of the small wooden hut, Senior Yulia was sitting upright. At this time, the female immortal of the godly mountain was also sitting upright. At this time, the female immortal of the godly mountain was solemnly pushing an exquisite picture book in front of Yulia. The female immortal even thoughtfully included a full set of colorful crayons. Yulia subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After thinking for a while, she pointed at her head and said seriously, "Drawing is not a problem. But before that, can you help me pluck this bird out of my head?" At this time, the sharp beak of the little blue bird was still nailed between Yulia's eyebrows. Hearing this, the female immortal of the godly mountain nodded. Then she stood up and held the little bird's body with both hands. "Pull it out." "Much better." Yulia rubbed her wound and then said, "Female immortal, this time I came to look for orange juice. Can you give me some?" At this time, the female immortal of the godly mountain directly stretched out her hand and patted the picture book twice. Then she only spat out one word, "Drawl." Yulia's eyebrows twitched. At this time, the little blue bird was already spinning in the air. It looked like it would shoot out again at any time. She could only brace herself and pick up the crayons. "Nan Xiaonan. Ah, Nan Xiaonan, you have fallen. Have you fallen to the point where you need to draw manga for a little girl to survive? Where is your dignity? Where is your honor as the Witch of the Void? Have you forgotten your great ambitions in the past? By the way, Lady Immortal, regarding this plot, do you like it with a plot, or do you like it without a plot?" The female immortal of the godly mountain showed a puzzled expression. Yulia nodded and said, "Okay, I will decide." Therefore, between being killed by Miss Maid in the future and being pecked to death by the bluebird now, she chose the former without hesitation. Namo, Namo, Namo. Chapter 2159. In the first scene, the little girl was suppressed in a cave covered with talismans. The little girl's hair was very long, and almost half of her body was immersed in the cold pool of water in the cave. Several chains were tied around the little girl's ankles. A black-haired boy appeared, and the boy lovingly picked up the little girl in the pool. She was a fairy sealed in this cave, and he was the next successor of the sealing family. Because of curiosity, he secretly ran into this cave without telling his family. This was the first time he met her. He came back every day and came to the little girl's side. Because he couldn't break the chains, he could only give the little girl a trace of warmth with his arms every time. Today, the little girl's fingers trembled as she touched the boy's lips. Their eyes met, and the distance between them unknowingly closed. The area below the neck was still empty for the time being. Senior sister, Yulia's brush stopped here, and she planned to properly think of the next scene. But at this time, the little fairy of the sacred mountain impatiently picked up the draft she had just drawn and looked at it. After a few glances, her face turned red, and after a few glances, she buried her head in the drawing paper. After a few glances, her small eyes seemed to be confused, and after a few glances, she was already dizzy. Little girl, senior sister, Yulia secretly chuckled and thought to herself, "This is just the content above the neck. Wait until I take out the content below the neck. Won't you have a nosebleed?" She planned to complete a beautiful work and had already thought of the next content. Just as Yulia picked up the brush again, she heard a dong sound. The little fairy of the sacred mountain knocked her head on the floor, and the originally dizzy little fairy actually lost consciousness at this time. Too exciting. Yulia couldn't help but blink her eyes. In fact, the real content hasn't been drawn yet? Should it be because this little fairy is too pure? Who cares? At this time, the little blue bird surrounded the fainted little fairy in a panic, as if it didn't care about its appearance at all. Yulia's eyes turned, and she quietly moved her, but little by little, she moved out of the room. Find the orange juice. After planting the carrot hero and defeating the bunny demon king, let's see what happens next. The rundown wooden temple on the sacred mountain was so small that it was pitiful. Yulia found what she needed in one of the few rooms. There was only one table in the room, and there was a bottle on it. What was written on the bottle was orange-red juice. Yulia couldn't help but stare blankly. After hesitating for a while, she directly picked up the bottle. After seeing that nothing was wrong, she tentatively opened the bottle. Isn't this carrot juice? Senior sister, Yulia, had a strange expression on her face as she muttered, Is it really that childish? Senior sister, Yulia, frowned. She didn't care so much anymore. She held the bottle and ran out. Unexpectedly, the little fairy on the sacred mountain had already woken up. She was angrily standing in the hallway, staring at her. That little blue bird was once again spinning around Armstrong. Yulia felt a dull pain in her head, especially in the area between her eyebrows. Little Blue! The little fairy on the sacred mountain angrily shouted. But this time, Yulia was prepared. She waved her hand, and a hidden drawing paper appeared. In the drawing, there was something below the neck that couldn't be described. The little fairy on the sacred mountain screamed, and her eyes seemed to be spinning. Then, she instantly fell to the ground, dizzy. Huff, 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 huff. Senior sister, Yulia, immediately ran away. She rushed out of the temple of the small wooden house in no time. However, she stopped in front of the temple. There was a problem. What if the carrot juice in the bottle wasn't real? Wouldn't she have to run to the sacred mountain again? Would it be better to try planting it here? Senior sister, Yulia, thought that she still had a few more drawings in her hand. Each one was more disgusting than the last, and it would probably be enough to make the little fairy faint a few more times. Thus, she calmed down a little. While thinking, Yulia ran back to the place where the little fairy on the sacred mountain had fainted. At this time, the little blue bird was looking at her with incomparable hostility. It looked as if it would crazily peck at her if she approached. Senior sister, Yulia, didn't dare to get too close to the little fairy. Instead, she considerately pasted some drawings on the walls and the floor. This way, once the little fairy woke up, she would be able to see the new drawings as soon as possible. The little blue bird was still looking at her with hostility, but it didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her. Yulia cautiously retreated. Little Blue, I'm going back to continue drawing. I'm leaving, okay? Dodge. Senior sister, Yulia, casually found a piece of land and buried the hero seed that she had stolen from the village chief. Then, she directly poured the carrot juice in the bottle over it. Since she was hungry, she also broke off a carrot that always grew on a strange part of her body and took a few bites, as expected of a childish crayon world. Even though she was prepared for this, Yulia still couldn't help but open her mouth when she saw that the hero seed instantly took root and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye after she poured the carrot juice on it. Soon the hero seed stopped growing. Seeing large leaves appear on the ground, Yulia hesitated for a moment and then directly reached out to pull it out. Without much effort, she pulled out a large carrot that was as tall as a person. This wasn't important, but this was life-threatening. At this time, Yulia trembled all over, and her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. She actually saw a face on the large carrot that was as tall as a person. Old boss. Senior sister, Yulia's legs instantly went soft, and she sat down on the ground, saying in a panic, Boss, listen to me. I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to protect myself. I didn't do anything so bad. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't draw it. Bah. I didn't draw it. However, the large carrot in front of her didn't move. Senior sister, Yulia, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was as if a person had put on a carrot cover, and only his hands, feet, and face were exposed. He looked like a tool that was handing out flyers on the street. Seeing that the boss of the big carrot didn't move and was standing there with his eyes closed, Yulia hesitated for a moment, and then tentatively reached out to poke boss's cheek. As her finger got closer and closer, Yulia's voice rose to the extreme. Poke the boss's face? Miss Maid, you probably haven't experienced it before, right? Poke. The moment she succeeded, Yulia took 2 steps back and even hid her hands behind her back. However, the carrot hero, boss, still didn't have any reaction. Could it be that it was opened in the wrong way? Yulia couldn't help but frown. What kind of awakening method is needed, a spell or something? But why did the hero seed grow into? Boss? No, this Book of Gaia has something to do with the boss. Yulia opened her mind. I passed the 1st and 2nd levels directly. Not because the boss's portrait has divine power. Actually, this is the correct answer. But who is this little fairy? Is she related to the boss? Someone related to the boss. And even if the boss was the prototype of this kind of child's play world, Miss Maid wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Someone close to the boss. Yulia counted the people she knew who were close to the boss, and they were all females. Empress Dowager Rin? Obviously not. Chief Imperial Maid Lizzie of the Palace of Benevolent Peace? Obviously not. Lizzie was just a pendant of the Empress Dowager and wasn't qualified. As for the Empress of the Palace of Cunning, Miss Maid, how could it be? She wouldn't let anyone in. This is obviously a dark history, and she would be silenced if she knew. Who else could it be? Imperial Concubine Long. It can't be. If it was Imperial Concubine Long, this book would have been torn up by the Empress long ago. Who else could it be? The boss doesn't seem to have many concubines. They have a close relationship, and the Empress can't do anything about it. Could it be? Yulia blinked. She really thought of one, the boss's younger sister, who she had never officially met and only knew existed and slept every day. She walked to the front of the carrot hero, boss, again, looked at him a few more times and clicked her tongue in wonder. However, the carrot hero suddenly opened his eyes. Yulia was stunned. Before she could react, the carrot hero directly stretched out his hands, lifted her up, and then shot her into the sky like a cannonball. The stars changed. The background was spinning crazily. However, when Yulia came back to her senses, she was already in front of the bunny demon's cave. She opened her mouth and saw the carrot hero rush into the cave without saying anything. In the blink of an eye, the carrot hero walked out again. This time he had already grabbed the rabbit demon king by the ear and dragged him out. At this moment, the rabbit demon king was seeing stars and biting his tongue. He was even holding a small white flag. Senior sister, Yulia, didn't know what to say anymore. She could only watch this scene with her mouth agape. Boom! The bunny demon, who was holding the white flag, suddenly exploded into a puff of pink smoke and disappeared. At the same time, something seemed to slowly fall from the sky. It was golden, and it seemed to be a piece of paper. Yulia subconsciously reached out her hand to catch the golden paper. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in and coiled around the golden paper at a terrifying speed. Seeing that the thing she was about to obtain was about to be snatched away, how could senior sister, Yulia, just let it be? She instantly turned into a gray mist and sucked the golden paper into her body before the treasure snatcher could do anything. The treasure snatcher, who suddenly barged and seemed a little surprised that the treasure snatcher didn't manage to snatch the treasure. Then he suddenly stopped. Frowning, he looked at Yulia, who had regained her human form from the mist. It seems that a surprising person has sneaked into the Holy Maiden's ceremony. You're not Yulia. Who are you? You're Huang. Senior Yulia froze for a moment. Then she glanced at the other party's bulging belly and asked in disbelief, When did you get pregnant? On the ground, Yulia and the treasure snatcher stared at each other for a moment. Suddenly, Yulia sneered, holding the golden paper in her hand. She pondered for a moment and said, "So it seems that your goal is this golden paper." Along the way, I saw a lot of matchstick figures and a lot of corpses. I think you used them to find the correct way up the mountain? Hand over the thing, and I'll let you suffer less. I can even let you go, the treasure snatcher, Huang said calmly. Otherwise, don't blame me. Yulia shrugged. Then she calmly folded the golden paper in her hand and stuffed it into her collar. You asked for it, Huang snorted coldly. Instantly, the sky became gloomy and a terrifying cold current swept down from the sky. Yulia was shocked. This was magic damage, and even if she turned into mist, it wouldn't be of much use. Seeing that she was about to be frozen, Yulia became anxious. She wondered if she should hand over the thing to save her life. However, at this moment, an orange-red figure appeared in front of her. It was the carrot hero, Boss. The expressionless carrot hero took out a big sword from somewhere. It was the godly sword that the matchstick figure Duo Air had pulled out in the village that day. The godly sword broke through the cold current with one slash, but the second slash stabbed into the ground. Yulia froze for a moment. At this moment, 100-meter-long carrot sword fell from the sky and stabbed toward Huang. Huang's expression froze. After a cold snort, a golden book appeared in her palm. The pages of the book flipped wildly and blocked the falling sword. Although the giant sword was blocked, Huang had been directly knocked into the ground at this time. She got up slightly awkwardly, only to see the same giant sword falling from the sky again at this time. Yulia immediately cursed. A second attack! What the F***? Huang's expression changed drastically. Seeing the huge sword falling, it was too late for her to take out the golden book again. She even smelled the smell of death. As a god who had once been in charge of death, she was too familiar with the smell of death. Without time to think, Huang gritted her teeth and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the golden book. At the last moment when the huge sword fell, the golden book disappeared into thin air. When the sword fell, the whole mountain disappeared. The power was too much. This combat power was seriously inconsistent with the style of the Crayon Kingdom. Yulia was still in shock. She saw the carrot hero boss, who had just beaten up the pregnant woman. Huang, with a big carrot stick, became a motionless carrot half inserted into the soil. This time, Yulia didn't dare to wake up this hero again. She only dared to watch from afar. She remembered the golden paper that Huang wanted to snatch, so she quickly took it out from her collar and looked at it carefully. She saw words slowly appearing on the golden paper. She couldn't understand these words, but unexpectedly, she could understand their meaning. This is a diary. Eternal calendar, the 7th day of the mystic month, cloudy. Today, Brother Huang came to find me. Brother Huang is too much. He disguised himself as a big rabbit and said that he wanted to catch me and eat me. It's so scary. Brother is the best. He saved me from the hands of that bastard Huang Emperor. He even beat up Huang's imperial brother. Brother is the best. Haha. Brother also gave me a set of crayons and a new picture album. Humph. Brother Huang is too bad. If only Big Brother could beat him up again. He only knows how to scare me every day. He's so bad. Today is the day I like my brother the most.